August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. Essentially, nothing in the universe exists except for energy and life. When energy is absorbed into non-material structures with spirituality, lives manifest themselves. When lives possess consciousnesses, thousands of manifestations of substances will come about. All matter originates from energy and returns to energy in the end. All lives originate from structures and return to structures in the end. Where there is energy, there is life. The total amount of energy in the universe is constant and unchanging. The total number of lives in the universe never increases or decreases. The total amount of energy and the number of lives are proportional. The ratio between them is constant. Although new life can be created, it has a saturation point. After reaching this point, no new life can be created. Once it is created, life cannot be extinguished because its nature is a non-material structure with spirituality, and this non-material structure does not die. It can only transform from one form to another and from one space to another. As the number of people on Earth increases, the number of animals and plants decreases accordingly, and were the number of human celestial beings in the thousand-year world to increase, then the number of people in the mortal world would decrease accordingly. This is the way it goes. The transmigration of life runs in these 10 spaces: the Elysium world, the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, the mortal world, the livestock world, the animal world, the plant world, the nether world, the frozen layer, the inflamed layer. The holographic order world refers only to the spaces of energy aggregation. The zero world is a special, unique place for the greatest creator. The heaven world is the place for gods. The cathode black hole body is the prison for senior life, devils. The anode black hole body is only a place for temporary transformation of life, reincarnation. The dream world is a place for demonstrations of past and future of lives from all spaces. The bacteria and insect worlds, including the herbs of the plant world, are transmigration and transformation places for another nature of life. Is life really immortal? Is it really all transmigration and transformation? Yes, life is really immortal, but what is mortal are just its manifestations. When we see that someone is dead, it does not mean that their life is dead, but only that their carrier is dead. It is as if we moved out of an old house and into a new one. The previous house became useless, or it was being called dead. We cannot say that we have died just because we moved out when our previous house became empty. What would we do if we wanted to cross a river and travel to the other side? We would build or rent a boat, but once the boat pulls onto the opposite shore, we would abandon it because the boat would have accomplished its mission, and we would then go ashore and continue along our way. We are life. The boat is flesh. The river is life. We enter into this river by means of our bodies and then paddle toward the other side. As soon as we land ashore, we would abandon our boat or body and continue on with our journey. Should we describe candles that have burnt down to their ends as being dead? Their external forms are indeed dead and no longer exist, but their nature, their energy, has been converted and has floated up into the air or onto the bodies of other objects and lives on. When we eat apples, we chew and swallow them into our stomachs until at last only their seeds remain. Where have the apples gone? Have they died? Yes, their external forms no longer exist. They are as dead as they can be, but their nature, their energy, will have been converted and transformed into nutrition for our bodies. If we expose a cup of water to sunshine, it will evaporate after several hours. But where will it go? Will it be dead? No, surely water does not die. What will die is just the water's form, but its nature will turn into vapor and rise up to the sky. When it meets cold air, it will drop down to the earth in the form of rain or snow. Therefore, water is constantly cycling, transmigrating. If water were to die, its volume would have long since depleted. In the second section of Unconventional Thinking, in my article entitled, Life and Death Are Only Images. Life has neither life nor death. I demonstrated the philosophic principle that life has neither life nor death and listed some examples such as the regeneration of a girl, the witness of the reincarnation of the living Buddha of Tibet, and the results of research at the International Near-Death Research Institute. You may wish to reread this part once again. It might occur to you suddenly that someplace or something seems so familiar that you feel like you have been there before or touched it before. But this only happens when your mind is in a peaceful, resting state, and that feeling disappears quickly. Why does this feeling arise? It is because this phenomenon is a reflection of your instant memory from past environments in your previous lives, which are buried into your subconscious thoughts. When people come to places where they have never been before, they may get sudden feelings that seem very familiar, and those feelings are proof that they used to live or work there in a previous life. Generally speaking, everyone gets these feelings if they were human in their previous lives, and if they remained human after transmigrating. If they were not human in their previous lives, but were transmigrated from other forms of life, then they would usually not have these kinds of feelings because animals sense things differently. With the rapid developments of human societies and the great environmental changes in the modern era, it is relatively difficult for people to relive these past memories. Some people have mirages in their consciousnesses very often and are extremely sensitive to illusory space, which could indicate that their previous life environments were not in the mortal human world, but rather in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or even the Elysium world. The higher one's spirituality is, the stronger their feelings for the nature of life will be, but the duller their spirituality is, the weaker those feelings will be. Death is just a phenomenon of life, but eternity is the essence of life. Actually, there is no birth or death in any sense for the essence of life, but only matters of transformations through transmigrations. This is an indisputable fact. The trajectory of life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. Everything moves along its trajectory. The galaxy, solar system, Earth, Moon, and all the other satellites have their tracks respectively. Trains, cars, atoms, electrons, all kinds of rays, and electromagnetic waves have theirs respectively. Clouds appear to float in the sky freely with the air currents, but they also follow their own moving tracks. Meteorologists can predict the weather several weeks in advance because they know the laws of the clouds' floating tracks. If clouds did not follow their own moving tracks, then the meteorologists would be unable to forecast the weather. Also, if they did not have their own moving tracks, then they would always be appearing over deserts, rain would fall there, and those deserts would be forests and jungles. Life has trajectories, too. Different life forms are different from each other with respect to lifespans, survival needs, body sizes, internal and external characteristics, and food requirements, because every life form has its own trajectory. People have their life trajectories, too. Each time someone looks back at their past, they will see their life trajectory. People have found that man proposes, God disposes, and man manages small things. Big events are in the hands of the greatest creator long ago. Why? Because each person has their own life trajectory. Whether a person was born male or female, black or white, noble or humble, royal or common, all has been determined by their life trajectory. Even their times of their birth and death have been determined by it as well. If you do not believe in the existence of life trajectories, then try to see how badly you will be battered. Can you become a president, a scientist, a singer, or a robber? Can you become a billionaire through hard work? Can you have 3 spouses? Can you be as handsome and elegant as 007? Can you be another Jet Li or Madonna? If you think you can, then please try. But if you cannot, then ask yourself why not. Many people try to learn how to become as famous as celebrities by reading their biographies. Others expect to become successful after reading books such as the complete works of knowledge. Some idolize and envy those stars and vow silently to become like them. Some want to follow the examples of people who have earned fortunes overnight, and some cannot accept how their friends and classmates get promotions while they do not. But no matter how intensely one thinks or learns, they will never be the same as anyone else. Why? Because everyone has their own life trajectory. If you do not believe me, just try it. Present situations have been determined by yesterday's effort, and today's efforts are just for tomorrow. Your current trajectory had been determined by the karma from your previous life, and your efforts during this lifetime are just for your future one. So, what good lies in jealousy, dissatisfaction, or disconcerting? A wise life should proceed thusly. Take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relations, act in accordance with your nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Life has its trajectory, but who designs and formulates the trajectories of life? It is not the greatest creator, not deity celestial beings, not the emperors, not our parents, not anyone but ourselves. In order to understand it, let us talk about karma. What is karma? To maintain the sum of positive and negative energy in the universe as zero is called karma. The first law of thermodynamics, as written by the 19th century German physicist Rudolf Clausius, maintains that the zero sum of positive and negative energy in a closed system always remains zero. Expanded to the entire universe, it is what we call karma. In simple words, the law of the conservation of energy is karma. A popular phrase, as we sow, so shall we reap, means karma. It is impossible to describe the mechanism of karma in detail without possessing the wisdom of the greatest creator. So I will list several well-known examples to show you whether or not there is karma. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein was ousted and arrested by American and British governments. Might there have been any connection between this event and his invasion and occupation of Kuwait? If we regard this event as a result, then can we say that his incursion into Kuwait was the cause? Surely it is not the only one. But if the cause of the invasion of Kuwait had not happened, then would the effect have not taken place? Is there any connection between the toppling of New York's World Trade Center in the United States and the hardline foreign affairs policy of its government? If the bombing could be seen as an effect, then can the United States' hardline policy be seen as the cause? Of course, it was not the only cause. Why did Hitler kill so many Jews? Why did the Japanese invade China? Why did the Crusades happen? Were there no causes for these? Why did sandstorms occur in northern China? Why did the SARS and bird flu viruses emerge? Why do rivers overflow? Are there no causes for these? Why is the United States so prosperous in spite of its short, 200-year history, while China had remained poor and backward for much of its long, 5,000-year history? Why is Europe so developed while Africa is not? Are people admitted to doctoral courses overnight, or are they admitted because of their natural endowments, family and social environments, and hard work? If someone suffers a heart attack, does it occur out of the blue, or is it a product of their medical history and mental and psychological state? Could somebody feel a sudden headache, stomach ache, or angina attack without any reason? If someone gets into a car crash, is stabbed by a person wielding a knife, or collapses, are there no causes for these? Some people are able to stay in five-star hotels, while others can only lodge in cheap inns or even sleep on the streets. Are there no reasons? Some people are born into wealthy families, and some are born into poverty. Are there no reasons for this? The evolution of life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality, and its evolution is based on changes of the life body's material structures, which does not mean the visible material flesh, but the microscopic material structure of the flesh. There are not many differences among people's physical bodies and shapes, so we can be led to believe that everyone is nearly the same, but there are actually many differences among different people in the microscopic structures of human bodies. The Buddha's relics left behind after some eminent monk's death are obvious examples. We cannot see the tiny changes of these microscopic material structures because the motion and changes of the microscopic world cannot be seen directly and clearly. If we judge the subtle changes of life structures by our experiences and cognitions in our daily lives, then we can never understand the evolution of life. The evolution of life is a gradual changing process. Without gradual changes, the motions and changes of material does not exist at all. Everything is changing constantly, and as long as these changes continue, the microscopic structures of the materials will keep evolving. The gains and losses of the electrons and atoms generate the disintegration and recombination of molecules. All the changes of material microscopic structures need effects from either internal or external forces. Applying this law to people, the internal force is the mental activity or the thinking and conscious activities such as the psychological activity caused by the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures of joy, anger, grief, depression, and the others, and the external force might be sunshine, sound waves, magnetic forces, heat, coldness, and others. There are specific corresponding motion states between any pair of molecules. Some molecules, such as limestone and water, react violently to each other, but others, such as water and oil, are not nearly reactive. This means that all the motions and changes of matter have to observe their laws. A lustful man's blood will surge, his heartbeat will accelerate, his palms will sweat, and his speech will become uncoordinated when he sees a sexy, underclad woman. However, his body will not produce any such reaction from seeing a pig, not even a sexy one that is lactating. Life's evolution progresses in the following ways. In the case of people, as long as there are small movements of internal and external forces, human bodies are likely to produce corresponding changes of composition and decomposition at the microscopic level. Then, after those changes, their corresponding life non-material structures will change accordingly. The tiny changes of non-material structures represent the evolution of life. When these tiny advances accumulate to a certain amount and reach saturated conditions, then the non-material structure of the whole life will reach a stable state on another level, and then another life structure will begin to evolve. One example is that when the atomic structure of a person obtains electrons continually and the amount eventually reaches 900, added to their intrinsic 100, their non-material structure as person will disintegrate, and they will have taken a qualitative leap and attained the non-material structure of a celestial being. At this very moment, they will have reached death as a human being but be born as a celestial being. Another example is when the atomic structure of a person continually loses electrons. We can suppose that they lose 6 electrons for publicizing ghosts and monsters and polluting people's spirituality, 4 electrons for concocting various pretexts to force someone to bribe, 3 electrons for taking pleasure in other people's misfortune and ruining their success, 2 electrons for destroying mountains and woodlands, digging grasses, and filling ponds, 2 electrons for passing the buck to self-hold and shift their misfortune onto others, 1 electron for envying others' honor and high status and expecting others of falling in bad luck, and finally 1 electron for beating their spouse and nagging their sons and breaching etiquette toward elder family members. At this point, they will have lost 19 electrons in total. The number of their electrons remaining will only be 81. 100 minus 19 is equal to 81. At this moment, the structure of their life will be approaching that of a dog, and if they lose 1 more electron, then they will die immediately and reincarnate as one because their life structure as a human being will have degraded to that level, and they will no longer be able to exist as a person. This is why some people die suddenly in their youth, others die suddenly in car accidents, and still others die suddenly from heart attacks. Their number of electrons reaches the number of a higher or lower life structure at that moment, and they, in whatever way, have to begin a new life journey. Some aged people suffer for prolonged periods of time with illnesses in beds. This is because their number of electrons is changing too slowly, and in such situations they should not linger in the human world, but try to start their new journey ASAP. The bad solution would be to curse others, blaspheme the gods and Buddha, and abuse children. The good solution would be to wish for world peace, pray for everyone could live a happy and blessing life. May those who used to hurt them enjoy happy futures and long to go to the Elysium world themselves. They had better invite people who have good knowledge of 36-dimensional space, life transmigration theory to interpret the details and sceneries of higher-level life spaces in order to help them forget about their merits and demerits in this life, rid all of their sufferings in this mortal world, let go of all their unfulfilled wishes, and start a new journey with neither worries nor regrets. Occasionally, at the moment of a life's reincarnation, special situations occur. For example, someone's number of electrons might have reached the number needed for a new life structure, but their new life, home, has not yet become ready. They have to put up with it and wait temporarily, usually for less than a month. This is just like a person who wants to move, but their new house is not ready to accommodate them, so they have to remain in their old one for a short time. Where is the new residence? The new residence refers to the anode black hole body in 36-dimensional space, namely the womb. When a fetus enters into the womb, it becomes a new residence. From time immemorial, people have always thought of fetuses as lives, but they are actually not. Fetuses are just residences, not lives. Fetuses will not be lives until a reincarnated life enters into this residence through a space tunnel in 36-dimensional space. Generally speaking, a fetus will have life within only a few days before the baby is born, but some fetuses will be born a few days later than the expected date of childbirth because no life has entered into this residence quite yet. The number of humans on the Earth is increasing quickly because the number of animals is decreasing proportionally. A large number of animals that have been killed by people have made great contributions to humans and have accumulated merits and virtues. As a result, these animals will reincarnate as humans, but the vast majority of people have not killed animals, so they cannot reincarnate as animals after they die. Therefore, the diminished number of animals will not be replenished in time. If such situations continue, the ecological system's balance will be broken and humans may face the greatest calamity at any time. There are three ways to correct such an imbalance. People could evolve towards the high-level life space and go to the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world so as to reduce their numbers. People could self-awaken. They need to control the continuous growth of their population, protect and let animals reproduce and develop, and transfer some people forcibly down to the animal level in order to maintain the ecological balance. Those people who are forcibly transformed downward will certainly be treated unjustly, but do not worry for them because the greatest creator will deposit large stocks of wealth in their banks, and when the ecological balance stabilizes, they will be reborn back into the human world with high positions and great wealth as compensation. If the above two solutions do not work, then the third one will come. Pestilence, war, and starvation will eliminate some people so as to relieve the ecological imbalance. Apart from that, there is a special solution: the coming of the last phase of an age, which was warned by Jesus and Sakyamuni. In that situation, every phenomenon in heaven will vibrate, the sun will blacken, the moon will no longer illuminate, and everyone will be scared to death. The emergence of life genuine is to enlighten people to avoid the coming of the last phase of the age. Gods and Buddhas are humane, and the greatest creator loves humanity. Now, so much about the evolution of life. You will have to figure the rest out for yourself. All scientists, philosophers, thinkers, and statesmen are welcome to join in this discussion and argue whether I am correct. If you do not agree, fine. Just continue to carry on in your old lifestyles. 生命的价值和意义 The value and meaning of life. Xiefeng. May 18, 2011. Translated by Treasure. Life is co-substantiated by life, but each are different entities. Life is only a single journey of life in the mortal world, but life exists eternally. The former can end at any time, but the later will continue on. A life may appear as a horse in the animal world in one life, then as a person in another, and then as a celestial being in the 10,000-year world in a third. It is like a person changing their clothes to meet changing weather conditions or the fashions of the times. Those different clothes are like different lives, and the person's body is like a life. The wild grasses grow in the fields lushly. They flourish in the spring and wither in the autumn each year. The wildfire can never burn them out because they will thrive when spring breeze blowing. Flourishing once and withering once is the life of grass. But as that life ends and then spring's warmth looms, their next life begins in a never-ending cycle, while life and growth continue endlessly. Why is grass endless? Because grass life exists eternally. People have many lives. This one, all the ones before, and all the ones still to come. Just as grass grows in spring and summer, withers in autumn and winter, has done so for countless seasons, and will continue to do so for countless more. The essence of life is a non-material structure with spirituality which is invisible, untouchable, and illustrates itself through life. This is like the essentialities, forms, and use of Tao. We cannot see Tao because it is a non-material existence, but we can know that all things in the universe are its manifestations through the images of the world and the use of all things. Life comes into view through material forms which are visible and palpable. All plants, animals, and people on Earth are visible and touchable lives. Life can also exist in non-material forms which are invisible, untouchable, and are in the non-material world, such as ghosts in the underworld, gods and Buddha in the Elysium world, and super-celestial beings from the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. All these are spiritual forms. It is just like people who appear in the material world as flesh and blood, but also in the non-material world, such as dreamland, in the form of spirits. Although the essence of life is a non-material structure with spirituality, it is difficult for people to understand it. We can view lives as souls and souls as lives. What are souls? They are consciousnesses wandering in the boundless ocean of psyche. We can simplify lives as consciousnesses to make them easier to understand. That is to say, lives are consciousnesses since the states of consciousnesses determine the existence form of lives and living environments. When a state of consciousness of a life is a pig, it lives in the livestock world in the form of a pig. When the state of consciousness of a life is a person, it appears in the material world in the form of a human being. When the state of consciousness of a life is a celestial, it appears in the form of a celestial being in the environment such as the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium celestial islands continent. When the state of consciousness of a life is a god, it appears in the non-material world in the form of God. Why did Sun Wukong in Journey to the West have 72 changes in avatar? Because he had mastered the mystery of making consciousnesses change at will. As his consciousness changed, his form of life changed with it. Lives are hierarchical. Some belong to higher levels of life, while others belong to lower levels. For example, flying birds are higher levels than insects. Animals are higher levels than plants. People are higher levels than animals. Gods, Buddha, and celestials are higher levels than people. The greatest creator is the highest level of life. Bacteria are the lowest levels of life. After understanding this basic common sense, we know that higher levels of life have absolute power of life and death over lower levels, that lower levels serve them, and that all of them serve the greatest creator. We know that all lives serve higher levels of life, and the ultimate value is in serving the greatest creator. People raise chickens and pigs to serve people. If they did not, then they would lose their value for existence. Their loss of value for existence would surely result in their destruction. The value of the existence of people is to serve the greatest creator. If they do not, then they will lose their value of existence and will surely be made extinct. The so-called destruction does not mean that our lives would cease to exist, but that they could not exist as humans. They would have to be transformed into other forms, such as descending into the animal world to serve humans. So, what is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is to be an actor in the grand script of universal life. The entire universe is a great dramatic performance in which each life plays a role as required by the script. A reply to Moth Orchid. Moth Orchid, hello, guide. Most people are curious about the meaning of life, and I am no exception. While managing to survive, I try my best to lead a meaningful life. I fully understand and agree with your advice about paying off my debts and ending my worldly ties during this life, but I would like to know in addition to that, whether everyone has any other meaning in their life or a mission to improve their souls. How do I find out and understand it correctly? Guide. As an individual life, your life is not only an inevitable role to play in the big script, but it also has many plays within the big play as well, such as writing a script of life by yourself, being a director and an actor, marrying and having children, running a company, and so on. Those are the other meanings of life that you asked about. As for the mission of improving your soul, you cannot perceive this. Only higher levels of life know it. For example, Life Chanyu Celestials did not originally know their mission to sublimate their souls. They learned that only when they became Chanyuan Celestials. The best way to find and understand other meanings to your life and your mission to improve your soul correctly is to listen to the teaching and guidance of gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and saints, and letting higher-level lives guide your way. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to realize it by yourself. Moth Orchid. As for you, would your life trajectory have been different were it not for the experience of your curious car accident? Would your life trajectory be very different now? If these changes had not occurred, would the meaning and value of the life you pursue be different? I wonder what the significance of the help and guidance that you provide to others is to yourself. Assuming that your values and views on life were different before and after the car accident, how have they respectively affected your soul? Guide. Without that car accident, there would be no Life Chanyu and I would not have become the guide to life and life. I might have become the president of a company, in which case the trajectory of my life would be completely different. I would be pursuing money rather than to be reaping the ripe crops and ushering in the Life Chanyu era for humans, not serving for the whole of mankind and all lives, but serving for a nuclear family and glorifying my ancestors. The value and meaning of my life would be totally different. The value and significance of what I do now and what I do to help and guide you is to be rewarded as a super celestial being and to live on Barikia Island in the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. That car accident was the watershed of my life and the turning point of my life channel. Before the accident, I was confused. I knew neither where I came from nor where I was going. I only knew to keep myself busy with survival. I did not understand the meaning of accumulating merits and virtues or of paying my debts and, of course, needless to say, the mysteries of karma and the reincarnations of life. My soul, that is my consciousness, had been that of a human being. However, after that special incident, I knew where I came from, where I would go, and what my mission was. My life has become quite distinct and clear. My soul, that is my consciousness, first restored my memory of the thousand-year world, and I gradually took on the soul of a super celestial being from the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Moth Orchid. One more question. I can enter into the non-material world in my dreams. Is there any way for me to let my consciousness enter into the non-material world freely when I am awake? Guide. Yes, by the method of being free from the mortal body in meditation. 生命不灭定律. The 5 Laws on the Eternity of Life. Xiefeng. November 13, 2005. Translated by Transin. Dr. Christopher Langton, the principal researcher at Los Alamos National Life Laboratory in the United States, said, "Life's essence lies not in its specific substance, but in its form." This means that life's essence has nothing to do with material, and it is just a form, a structure without material and a sign invisible to our naked eyes. Genes, the building blocks of life, seen as the human genome with scientific instruments, is actually not life's essence, but only the expression of a sealed book of life. This is why people can make spaceships, but not even make an ant. It is not completely right to say that the essence of life lies in its form because its form is just a rigid structure, but life itself is movable with spirituality and consciousness. Therefore, a life is a non-material structure with spirituality. At present, we must understand how these non-material structures with spirituality come into being and how they are born. If lives are material structures, then all the things produced by people such as bicycles, clothes, desks, toothbrushes, pencils, and so on are also lives. Obviously, lives are absolutely not material structures, but non-material structures, and therefore only those who understand the whole of non-material world can create them. For humans, creating the non-material structure is the hardest nut to crack, but for those who understand the non-material world, it is just a piece of cake. The problem is that life cannot be spiritual with only non-material structures because they must possess spirituality. However, where can we get the spirituality? For the masses, this is an easy question to answer. They will say, it comes naturally, or it originates from evolution. If you ask further, what is nature and how can it come naturally? Life is a non-material structure with spirituality, but how do they evolve by themselves? Those people, with shaking heads and angry eyes, would say, naturally means naturally, and evolution means to evolve step by step. If you go on further, they will become very impatient and say that we are taking unnecessary pains to study an insoluble question. You can visit http://www.lifechanyuan.com to search and browse my critical articles about the theory of evolution. Now, we have to ask the questions, what is the universe and why does it exist? In time and space of the universe, we learned that the universe exists as order and remains relatively stable with the total sum of negative and positive energy always equaling 0. What is this order used for? If we ask what political order is for, what is the purpose of the legal and administrative order established by people, the answer must be that it is a social order established with the aim of serving mankind. Then, what is the order of the universe used for? I have discussed this very clearly in different sections of Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus. The universe is designed to serve life. If either perishes, then so will the other. Therefore, as long as the universe exists, life will continue. This is a basic law. Actually, though, the thing that concerns us is not the survival or extinction of the macroscopic life of the whole universe, but that of our individual lives. In other words, what we really care about is, am I going to die forever? This involves such problems as the structure of the universe, the balance of life, the morality of the universe, and others. So I have written some simple discussions about symmetry in nature, mysterious and great power, and the golden mean, perfect proportion. We know that the core of order is symmetry. The universe is orderly, so the universe is symmetrical, and the Taiji diagram is a vivid simile for this. We also understand that the universe is holographic, that one cell can reflect all styles and features. Therefore, we come to the conclusion that life is symmetrical. This symmetry is not only reflected in that of certain individual lives, but in all lives in the universe. From 36-dimensional space, we can see that the zero world, heaven world, Elysium world, cathode black hole body, the 10,000-year world, and the 1,000-year world are symmetric to the inflamed layer, frozen layer, hell world, plant world, animal world, and livestock world. The mortal world is at the exact interface of these two symmetrical worlds. In this way, the symmetry of the whole universal lives is formed, namely the simplified overall structure of life, heaven, the mortal world, and hell. The universe has universal morality. Once it is reflected in any individual life, it represents the evolution of that life, its transmigration and reincarnation. For example, if a person's consciousness and thinking resonates on the same frequency as the morality of the universe, then their life can evolve toward heaven, the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. Otherwise, their life will evolve toward hell, the hell world, inflamed layer, or the frozen layer. Of course, this is just a general version. For a specific individual life, the evolution of life is much more complex. Why is life allowed to evolve? The answer is to maintain the morality of the universe and the dynamic balance of the whole of life. When the amount of any kind of life becomes too large within a limited space, it will have breached its symmetry. That is, it will have exceeded its limit. Similarly, if the amount of a certain kind of life is too small, it will also have breached its symmetry. This is just as with an industrial corporation with hundreds of employees. Only one general manager is wanted, and a few division managers, a maximum of 50 sales and logistics personnel, and the highest number of employees should work on the front line. If there are 1 or 90 on the front line, more than 90 sales or logistical personnel, or more than 50 division managers, this corporation is certain to fail. In order to ensure the normal survival and development of any corporation, its allocation of personnel has to be symmetrical. Certainly, this symmetry focuses mainly on the energy aspect rather than the quantity. The symmetry must be movable and flexible, not rigid and stiff. This is like the Earth's allocation of water. Seas and oceans account for the vast majority at 97.24%, glaciers and icebergs are 2.14%, underground tunnels are 0.61%, and rivers and lakes are only 0.0001%. However, all this water has to keep on flowing and cycling through meteorological changes and the Earth movements to maintain a dynamic balance, or life could not survive here. The total amount of life's allocations in the universe is also like this. The amount of flora and fauna should be absolutely abundant. That of humans has to be moderate. The amount in hell is in no way smaller than the number of humans in the mortal world, and the amount in paradise has to be absolutely small. This certainly does not reflect a symmetry of quantity, but rather one of energy. It does not matter if there are a lot of ordinary people, but it does matter when there are too many kings. As a man sows, so he shall reap. Reap what one sows. Dispensing reward and punishment impartially and being meticulous are laws to safeguard the life dynamic balance and reflect the morality of the universe. Without this restriction of universe morality, the universe will be out of order and life will perish. The morality of the universe will not change according to the will of life. It is a law which hides in structural symmetry. As long as the universe exists, then too does its morality, and as long as it does, life will remain imperishable. This is another law of the eternity of life. Now, let us look at the quantity of life in the universe. In the introduction, I talked about the birth or origin of life. In The Greatest Creator, I described the origin of the greatest creator and the universe. In Humanity and Life, I also spoke of the origin of human beings and life. Now, I want to ask you whether life's quantity in the universe is overall, static, or dynamic. To be more specific, is the population of humans on the Earth constant or variable? If we look at the size of the Earth's population, we see that it is not constant, but undeniably variable. There were about 6 billion people on the Earth 20 years ago, but more than 7 and 2/3 billion now. This proves that the human population varies, which seems to indicate that the amount of life varies. However, when we understand the structures of the cosmic spaces, the essence of life, the law of symmetry and balance of the cosmic lives, we find that the total amount of life in the whole universe does not vary, but remains constant. This so-called variability is due to the transmigration and reincarnation of various kinds of life beings in the universe. People who do not know about oceans and icebergs certainly think that river water must vary seasonally when they see that it decreases in winter but increases in summer. However, people who understand about oceans, icebergs, glaciers, and weather changes understand that the total amount of water on the Earth is constant and never varies. The river with less water in winter does not tell us that the total amount of water on the Earth has decreased, nor does its increase in summer and autumn mean that the extra water comes from nowhere. It happens because water is brought from other places by the movement of the Earth and the changes of the weather. Things decrease in some places but increase in others. Things with one nature increase as those with another decrease. The universe as a whole is constant. What changes is its form. The total amount of energy is constant whether the universe is expanding or shrinking. Otherwise, the law of the conservation of matter that we learned as young children would be violated. Once we understand that the universe is constant and that the total amount of water on the Earth is also constant, we will know that the total amount of life in the universe is also constant. The so-called change is a change of life's form or expression, but not a change of its quantity. There are those who might ask where all the extra people on the Earth have come from. Those extra people have transmigrated and reincarnated from heaven, hell, animals, and plants. Have you not noticed that while the human population has increased, animal populations have decreased? The lost animals have morphed into humans. This is unimaginable. How can it be? Is this not far-fetched nonsense? In order to understand this, we must understand the essence of life. In my introduction, we discussed the achievement of Dr. Langdon. The essence of life lies not in its specific substance, but in its form. And then we reached a further understanding that life is a non-material structure with spirituality. Material forms are not the essence of life. People are different from animals in terms of their life forms, but they are the same in terms of their essences, their non-material structures. The only differences are their structural forms. I hope we can all agree that gorillas are not humans, but only animals. However, in light of their life structures, the difference between gorillas and humans is only 0.1%. With a random comparison between rabbits, sheep, and humans, the differences between their structures is less than 0.2%. There are very few differences among the structures of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Laozi, saints, and ordinary people. But those tiny differences are enough to make huge differences in their lives' spiritual qualities. Therefore, when we say that many animals have moved on to become humans, we cannot judge them by their forms, but recognize the essences behind those forms. Otherwise, no matter how many pages I spend on it, we will never understand the transmigration and evolution of lives. So, according to that transmigration and evolution of life, it is imperishable, and this is another law about the eternal nature of life. Please refer to the evolution of life. We must now put forth this question. Since the total amount of life in the universe is static, then the increases and decreases of some species are the consequences of the opposite happening to other species. What about the situation in which a life is cloned by scientists? Does this prove that the amount of life can be increased artificially? Yes, cloning does increase the amount of life. Take humans, for example. Human bodies consist of trillions of cells. The universe is holographic, and so are human bodies. A person can be cloned from any cell from any other person. Besides, the consciousness of life is rooted in its structure. As long as the structure does not change, the person cloned can possess the consciousness of the original person. Here comes a dangerous signal that cloning violates the natural and moral laws of the universe and destroys the symmetrical balance of life directly. Once it gets out of control, disasters will come in rapid succession and people will face catastrophes. In fact, catastrophes are not far away because of people's intelligence and wisdom. Taiji Celestial once asked me where the thousand-year world animals come from. My answer was that they are also life and also need to face transmigration and reincarnation. The difference is that their lifespan is 10 times longer than their equivalent species on Earth. People in the mortal world can be reincarnated as animals in the thousand-year world if they had good life qualities while they were here, because animals in the thousand-year world live better lives than people in the mortal world. Some might ask whether the total quantity of life was determined in the beginning or if was capped after some amount of time. We all know that both the universe and life had their own origins. Since there were starting points, then the total quantity of the cosmic lives could not have been determined at the beginning, but gradually grew. After the birth of the greatest creator, he created symmetric gods with yin and yang. Then, he created angels in order to allow the universe to fill with happiness and vitality. These angels were divided into super celestial beings and Buddhas for the influence from the yin and yang gods. After the division of super celestial beings and Buddhas, in order to make them enjoy the joy of creation, under the permission and acquiescence of the greatest creator and the leadership of the gods, angels began to create lives, especially human being, according to the life blueprint endowed by him. However, because of the shortage of lower-level spaces of life, this creation destroyed life's balance of symmetry. He then implemented two great life extinctions events on the earth in which most lives were transferred to the yin world, the hell world. In this way, many lives were treated unjustly, so in order to balance things out, the greatest creator created the thousand-year world, 10,000-year world, and Elysium world. Since then, the quantity of life in the universe has reached its limit, and thus its total quantity was strictly determined. After this, Sakyamuni and Jesus were sent to the mortal world to educate people. Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, also received his divine oracle and traversed his own journey to guide people from their respective factions toward heaven. Humans have three origins, and this is why there are three major religions: Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam. The differences in the doctrines resulted from the different origins of their lives. This is just an outline of an outline, and its real complexity would be too difficult to explain clearly as it involves too many astonishing details. A little imprudence could cause major misunderstandings, so therefore it can only be perceived by heart and not explained verbally. Scientists are taking efforts to establish a unified field theory of the universe, while the gods are endeavoring to establish a unified perspective theory of human beings. Both groups are trying to unify all the inharmonious elements into the harmonious way of the greatest creator, which is why phenomena such as angels descending to the earth, Martians coming to save the earth, New Age concepts, and others are appearing. The birth of life genuine is a part of this general trend. Those with clairvoyance can smell the era changing from life genuine. Because of this, all religions except for the three listed above are heterodoxical because of their false sources and should cease their activities and disappear automatically. Owing to the different doctrines and unconquerable qualities of these three, they should compromise with each other and gradually blend together in order to safeguard the harmony of cosmic lives. In the eyes of the greatest creator, all lives are equal and share the same opportunity. As lives are imperishable, everyone, regardless of their religion, faction, nationality, or race at present, should stop thinking about maintaining their own current interest, but only consider their future direction. Life has spirituality, consciousness, reaction, and emotion, but its spirituality comes from life's origin, the psychic energy of the greatest creator, which is also the Tao in Laozi's Tao Te Ching. Tao is the blood and vitality of the universe. It runs throughout all time and space and exists in motion and variation of all material and non-material beings. As long as the greatest creator exists, Tao works. As long as Tao exists, life is imperishable. Even if we wanted to end our own life, it would be impossible. We could only kill our physical body, but we could never kill our life because our life and Tao, the psychic energy of the greatest creator, are integrated. Owing to the eternity of Tao, the life attached to it is imperishable. This is another law of the eternity of life. Finally, let us look at whether or not the non-material structure of life will ever be faced with extinction. As we know, only energy that is attached to a structure can form a shape and play a role. We grow from germ cells into adults with complete organs and limbs under the absolute determination of the energy which attaches itself to our life structures. Without these life structures, energy could only remain energy forever with no way of becoming constituent parts of human bodies. We can imagine that if these germ cells were divided continuously, they would eventually enter the domain of quantum mechanics and superstrings. With a further step, they would enter the dimension of the spirit and consciousness, which are non-material. All material with forms in the universe are ever-changing and able to disappear, but spirit and consciousness are not. We always say that deities lurk 1 meter above our heads, but who or what are these deities? They are non-material and intangible. Although intangible, they are substantive and will never disappear. Each material has a structure and each non-material also has one. As a result, since non-material structures cannot disappear, then these non-material structures of life will never do so either. This is another law of life's eternity. In summary, life is eternal for the following 5 reasons. The universe is eternal. The universe's morality is eternal. Life beings can transmigrate and change. The psychic energy of the greatest creator, Tao, lives forever. Non-material structures are eternal. These 5 reasons determine the law of life's eternity. If my theoretical analysis above leaves you confused, then consider the facts. What facts? From the research reports of near-death experiences and the records of reminiscences about previous lives, one can understand that life is eternal. If you have not read about them, you can still sense and feel them in your dreams. In conclusion, life is eternal. 生命的灵光与色彩 The spiritual light and color of life. Xiefeng, January 18, 2007. Translated by Transmigration. Both the material and the non-material show light and color. Everything in the universe has feelings and psychic energy. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality, and every light and color is the result of its structure. Although both life beings and non-life beings have spiritual lights, those of life beings possess initiative, whereas those of non-life beings only reflect light from spiritual sources. The lights and colors of materials are visible, but the lights and colors of non-materials need to be experienced with spiritual perception. The stronger that a vitality is, the richer its color will be, and the brighter its radiance becomes. The spiritual light of a life has color which is determined by its non-material life structure. Life has levels. Although different levels of it may embody the same spiritual lights, their colors are quite different. Strong or weak of spiritual lights just indicates life beings waxing and waning, not their qualities, whereas their colors indicate their qualities, not their strengths or weakness. People can be divided into ignorant persons, laity, mortals, sages, and celestials. Celestials include saints, lofty people, and pure people, but also goblins and devils. This kind of classification is not based on the external characteristics of life beings, but rather on their intentions and qualities. Just as with diamonds, rubies, sapphires, opals, olivines, moonstones, aquamarines, tourmalines, amethyst, and other gemstones. All of them are stones, but their structures and qualities vary. Everyone has their spiritual light. Those of ignorant persons, laity, mortals, and sages are relatively weak, while those of saints, lofty people, pure people, goblins, and demons are much stronger. Ordinary people's spiritual colors are flat. Those of immortals are bright and intense. Generally speaking, ordinary people's spiritual lights are white with faint light, like a mass of vapor, but sages are faint-colored, which are often changing. With the perfection of structure and the purification of quality, the spiritual lights gradually show into a fixed color. Saints, lofty people, and pure people show colors of red, yellow, and purple. Goblins show blue and green. Devils show black. Buddhas, including super-celestial beings, show a wide spectrum of 7 colors. As spiritual lights belong to the non-material, they are invisible to naked eyes and are only visible to those with Buddha eyes. Generally speaking, auspicious lights indicate the life quality of heaven, whereas dark or absent light indicates one of hell. We can sense invisible, spiritual light and color when we socialize with others. If we feel fresh, open and clear, bright and beautiful, happy, warm, cheerful, inspired, and safe when reading someone's aura or articles, then this person's spiritual light is auspicious. If we feel pain, oppression, heaviness, discouragement, are unsettled, and feel negativity, depression, and worry, then this person's is dark. To make your spiritual light become more auspicious, you must perfect the non-material structure of your life. The more perfect it is, the more auspicious it will be, and people will sense your degree of perfection. If our consciousness is clear and ordered, then colorful light will show. If our consciousness is disordered, then colorful light will not show. We can be enlightened from a magnet or from ordinary iron. The former has polarity, the latter does not. The difference between them lies in the arrangement of their molecules. The former is orderly, the latter is not. Of course, our environment can inspire us as well. Just as when we go shopping, some shops are clean and tidy, bright and lively, and welcome us inside, while others are disorganized and gloomy and make us feel oppressed. The non-material structures of life are like those shops. Some people's life structures are like green hills with clear water, bright and colorful, while others are more like barren hills with muddy rivers, barren grounds, and evil. Different structures present different spiritual lights and colors. Looking up to heaven, we only see the blue sky and white clouds, but cannot see the concealed, infinitely natural scenery. This is because our spiritual perception is too weak for our consciousness to enter into the non-material world. What do we see as we gaze across the vast Gobi Desert? Most people just see sand, but some see the grand phenomenon of heat currents flowing across the Earth's surface, while others even see mirages. The longer you concentrate on something, the more you will understand it and find things that are invisible to others. I hope that everyone glows with auspicious and colorful spiritual lights and that everyone will see them. 生命的生死新概念. New understanding on the life and death of life. Xiefeng. April 3, 2011. Translated by Transin. The issues of life and death with regard to life do not exist. The only issue is that of conversion. So-called life and death are only false appearances which have mistaken the existence and disappearance of the carriers of life for those of life itself. It is a misunderstanding of life to say that it is born or dies. Since people do not understand the whole truth of life and its length, they define it mistakenly by way of their limited vision. Morning bacteria have no idea of the first and last days of months. Cicadas are unaware of spring and fall. Bacteria that emerge in the morning and die in the evening have no experience of what days are like. Cicadas that are born in spring and die in fall cannot understand the passage of seasons. Butterflies who fly and dance among flowers will never know the existence of winter. Humans cannot see the past or future, so humans always measure the length and depth of life against the more transient life. How do we react to morning bacteria saying that there are no dark nights? What do we think when cicadas say that there is no spring or fall? How do we feel when people tell us that there are no previous or future lives? People often talk about life and death by saying that someone is born or has died. Actually, what they refer to is only the birth, growth, and death of their flesh, the carriers of lives, not their life. Therefore, it is necessary to redefine the life and death of life. A person's downward conversion from the human world to a lower life space is death. A person's horizontal transmigration back to the human world is half death. A person's upward conversion from the human world to a higher life space is life. More specifically, a person is dead if they transmigrate to the plant world, the animal world, hell, the frozen layer, or the inflamed layer. A person is half dead and half alive if they transmigrate back to the human world. A person gains life if they advance toward any of the three levels of heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. It is up to everyone to choose for themselves whether they go to death, half-death, or life. Hence, we can see that some people are marching downward, some are lost on the road, and some are proceeding to a more wonderful rebirth. 答复王神医关于灵魂的咨询. What is soul and the features of souls? A reply to the consultation on soul from Dr. Wang. Xiefeng. October 11, 2006. Translated by Transin. Let me introduce Dr. Wang Rungquan of One Clinic of Jiuquan City, Gansu Province. He acquired the nickname of Miracle Working Doctor from his noble medical ethics and strong healing skills. I had the honor of meeting with him in June of last year and witnessed his method of treating patients, which was truly quick and efficient and priced fairly and reasonably. Humility and open-mindedness are commonalities of all wise people, and Dr. Wong is no exception. Both of us were sincerely impressed after our brief conversation, and I entertained a couple phone calls from him, including one yesterday morning concerning the question of souls. I posted my understanding of souls below for him to read when he went online. At the dock, we can often hear someone shouting, "Look, the ship is coming." Standing in the station platform, we can hear someone saying, "The train is coming." At the airport, we say, "The plane is taking off." The question is, what commonalities do ships, trains, and planes all share? Can any of them come and go by themselves? Certainly not. The reason that they move about is that they have souls, which control them. People. Without people, they would be nothing more than structures of energy and aggregates of matter. A daughter said to her mother, "Look, Daddy is coming home." A passers-by shouted in panic, "Run! A vicious dog is running this way." A young girl cried to her older sister, "My rabbit ran away." We need to ask what trait the dad, the wild animal, and the rabbit share. Why can they move? And why are they no longer able to do so when they die, but their legs, vital organs, and heads are still there? The reason is that they can only move when souls inhabit their bodies. After their souls leave them, they are no longer able to move even though their physical structures are intact. They become the same as those ships, trains, and airplanes without people. So, the physical structures are nothing more than aggregates of materials formed by energy attached to them. They are vessels. The driver of the train gets off and leaves it motionless and dead, but the soul of the train, the driver, is not dead. Just as a soul leaves its flesh motionless and dead, but the soul of the flesh does not die. The Western research of near-death and numerous instances of reincarnation tell us loudly and clearly that human souls still exist after their physical deaths, and that they can find other carriers to continue to exercise their missions, just as drivers can replace cars and continue driving. Many people have witnessed the phenomena of soul infusion. Very normal people's voices change suddenly along with their pronunciation and intonation, and they say something very strange, but have no idea why. This proves that another soul has expressed itself by borrowing this carrier. Many people have such experiences in which they clearly perceive that other persons are talking to them in their minds, and they can even remember and write down what they tell them. Jane Roberts, Seth, and her receiver, who disseminated New Era information, and Neil, the author of Conversations with God. Their behaviors have proved the independent existence of souls, but what exactly are they? The answer is that souls are non-material structures with spirituality and share the following 8 basic characteristics. Souls have spiritual nature and are alive. Souls are non-material, invisible, inaudible, untouchable, and immeasurable in the material world. Souls are weightless. Souls are consciousnesses. Souls function in the material world only when they are attached to specific carriers. Souls have memory. Souls have regional properties. Souls can penetrate and enter any substances from their gaps like beams and waves. Souls are consciousnesses that contain psychic energy but are not the psychic energy themselves. The psychic energy is the source of life and is found everywhere in the universe, whereas souls are just small psychic energy regiments. Not only can souls take people as their carriers, but they can also inhabit other animate and inanimate objects such as houses, vehicles, computers, trees, stones, and so on as their carriers as well. Whether souls go to heaven, hell, or back to earth depends on their contents, namely their consciousnesses. The reincarnation of souls abides strictly to the management and arrangement of Tao. All the reincarnations of souls must pass through the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through. This is a filter with different densities at different layers through which the souls will enter their corresponding spaces. In Life Genuine, we usually identify consciousnesses instead of souls for easier understanding and refinement. 梦境和生命空间, Dream World and the Space of Life. Xiefeng. August 15, 2017. Translated by Treasure. Suppose that you could either sleep and have a wonderful but illusory dream for 80 years, or that you could study, work, and struggle in reality for the same 80 years. Which would you rather do? Enjoy the unreal dream or struggle through reality? It is the same 80 years. What is the difference between the real and the unreal one? Are both not experiences of life? To life, there is no real or unreal problem. Where were you when you were dreaming? Is everything in a dream not our reality? Is the feeling in the dream not real? Are the feeling and experience of annoyance, worry, joy, and fear not the same as they are in our reality? Actually, life is also a dream. However, our thoughts corner us stubbornly in a supposed reality and we ignore the other space of life. I. Human lives die, but life does not. Life will continue to live on in a dream without a body. The point is, which dreams shall we dream? Pleasant ones or nightmares? The space of life is infinite, and the time of life is also infinite. Everyone dreams. What happens in those dreams? It may be unthinkable and unimaginable, but you can reunite with dead loved ones, allow yourself to fly, miraculously transform into things and situations that you long for, and you may even make love in your dreams, and the feelings of making love in dreams are more intense, comfortable, unforgettable, and impressive than of those in reality. What is unimaginable in reality can be realized in dreams. You can even attain magic powers and spells. Why not live a wonderful dream? What matters is how we can make long-term wonderful dreams. Associated with our consciousness is the ability to have a nightmare or a pleasurable dream. All the situations and scenarios in our dreams are created by our consciousnesses. In other words, they are related to the qualities of our lives. If our non-material structure is perfect, then we can have great dreams, while defective non-material structures lead to nightmares. Question: where are heaven and hell? Answer: in our consciousness, the non-material structures of our lives. If our minds are full of envy, hate, greed, fear, anxiety, struggling, fighting, killing, despoiling, maintaining possessions, and controlling others, then we will undoubtedly live in hell and suffer from many nightmares, and our lives will descend into hell when we die as humans. Conversely, if our minds are full of joy, gratitude, appreciation, pleasure, love, the fragrance of beauty, elegance, and unrestrained nature, then we will live in heaven and our dreams will be pleasant, and our lives will certainly ascend to heaven after our human bodies pass on. What kind of dreams are most of yours? If they are usually beautiful and you love everything in them, it is proven that your consciousness is fine. On the contrary, if they always leave you annoyed, sad, depressed, fearful, or terrified, it proves that your consciousness has too many misdirected and harmful thoughts. Our consciousnesses create both our realities and our dreams. We are not aware of our real consciousnesses. The ones that we know are only the surface ones as the tops of icebergs floating above the water, but what really works are the deep consciousness which we do not understand very well. Just as the bottom part of the iceberg is much bigger and supports the part that we see, it is the deep consciousness of which we are not aware that support our dreams. The dream world is created by the deep consciousness, and our reality comes from them as well. There are 18 factors which we are unable to manage or control in life, including our inability to choose our parents and the times and surroundings of our birth. Why can we not self-manage and control them? Simply, all is controlled by the deep consciousness, and just as in the dream world, we are unable to manage or control anything. The deep consciousness connects with Tao. It is dominated by the universal laws and rules of life, such as the laws of causality and of attraction. Retribution will come from the law of causality, while checks and balances will emerge from the law of attraction. Thus, everything becomes very complex, but meticulous and without any loopholes. It can be concluded that it is easy to reach hell but harder to enter heaven than the proverbial camel passing through the eye of a needle. There is the rub that it is difficult to remove the bad factors in the deep consciousness or to clean the clutter from the passage of life. If those bad factors in the deep consciousness can be removed, and if that clutter can be cleaned, then all of your dreams will be great ones, and you will ultimately ascend to heaven. 解说灵魂的地域性 Explaining the regional properties of souls. Xiefeng. October 16, 2006. Translated by Treasure. Number 7 of the 8 features of souls describe their regional properties. But what does this mean? It means that all souls are bound to reincarnate into those places and cultures where they are most familiar. Black people are bound to reincarnate into black. White people reincarnate into white, and yellow ones into yellow. Japanese individuals usually reincarnate into Japanese cultures, Chinese into Chinese cultures, and Indians into Indian cultural environments. Why is this so? It is because of the structure of life. Water droplets fuse together easily as they also do with milk, but they will never fuse with oil. This is a characteristic of their structures. The apple never falls far from the tree, and so it is with souls because one only feels safe when they are in a familiar environment. The size of a soul world is proportional to the content of its soul. People who live in remote villages all their lives will reincarnate into those same villages because their souls only know those contents and nothing else. The structures of their lives are only in accordance with life in those villages. Structures have attractions, like birds of a feather flock together, and similar structures attract each other. Europeans rarely reincarnate as Chinese because the cultures there do not conform to their soul's contents. They lack gravity to them, or it is far less to them than that of their original culture. Anyone who lives in a strange place within an alien culture will feel out of place, lonely, and eager to go home. Going home is every soul's wish, but where is home? The most familiar place is one's home, and home is one's most familiar place. This is to say that souls have regional properties. Generally speaking, one will usually reincarnate into a place that is most familiar to them. We have never heard of a Tibetan living Buddha coming from Africa or Europe. According to the above principle, souls should reincarnate into their own families, and this would prove the regional property of souls. So why do some people reincarnate into places far away? This question involves their carriers of life. Souls are spiritual entities which can only function when they become attached to physical bodies. When one dies but no carrier is available from within their immediate comfort zone, then they will have to find a carrier from within the smallest possible radius of that place. Therefore, if one wants to find their late relative, then they should search within a radius of 10, then 20, then 50, and then within 100 kilometers of their home to find a family that has been blessed with a newborn child soon after their relative's passing. They can then check the birthmark of the child, or sense of the child by their hearts of whether the child is the reincarnation of their departed loved one. Of course, if their relative has gone to heaven or another space, then they might never be found. Some people may not accept the concept of souls' regional properties, though they can be verified thusly. Everyone's dreams reflect the contents of their souls, then would the vast majority of Europeans dream of Asian or African people when they sleep? Of course they would not. Even if one lives in a foreign society now, the frequency of foreign people appearing in their dreams will be low, unless in the next lifetime will some fragments emerge in your dreams. This can raise a great mystery of life. Where do we go in our afterlives? Consider that if no relevant familiar images of heaven fill your consciousnesses, then how could you go there? The truth is that this would be impossible because the transformation of life is subject to strict and meticulous management and the restraint of Tao, which is a scientific system. If you hope to go to heaven but know nothing about it, or are only minimally aware of it, then your soul would be totally unprepared to go there. If you know and understand the guide, then you could find him easily. If not, then it would be much more difficult. And if you have no concept of him at all, then you would not recognize him even if he were standing at your side. The 1,000-year world is the easiest place to which people can advance, but you must understand it. So please study it. You must self-cultivate and self-refine according to the lifestyle of the celestials who live there. In this way, your consciousnesses will be focused there, and you can go there directly after you pass on. Life is like this. The more we know, the larger our scope of activities will be. What does not exist in our consciousness has no existence in our life. Therefore, we need to make full use of our limited physical time to expand our life spaces. Do not long for the ephemeral, passing mortal world, but for a better place. Understand the place for which you yearn as much as possible. Be reasonable and willing to advance. Reincarnation and abortion. Xiefeng, July 8, 2011. Translated by Tong Xin. What is a fetus? In Chinese, the word translates to a house that is built over a period of about 1 month. Note, fetus is written in Chinese as Tai. The left part means month and the right part means pavilion. Zygotes are less than 1 month old and embryos are less than 2 months old, and neither can be called fetuses. Rather, they are only fertilized eggs. Is an unfertilized egg a life? Of course not. A chicken can only hatch from one which has been fertilized, only when the time is right for it to do so, and only then can we call it a life. Can we call a fertilized egg a life? No, because it has no self-awareness. Only those things with self-awareness can be called lives. Otherwise, man-made mechanical devices such as trains and cars would qualify as such. The meaning of a fetus is the house that is built within 1 to several months, and it is therefore not a life, but the house for a life that will come to live inside of it. On the matter of reincarnation, it is the spiritual entity, namely the soul of a life, that enters into the house which is built for it. It is only when this soul of a life enters into a fetus that it becomes a life. When does the soul of a life reincarnate? Reincarnation usually happens at about 10 days before birth, while most of the process happens during the 3 days before birth. Many cases from examples from throughout history in different cultures prove this. The conclusion leads us to believe that fetuses in wombs can be called lives from only about 10 days before their births. Otherwise, they are not lives, but houses waiting for new lives to enter. Christianity and Buddhism regard abortions as sins because they kill lives. Such views are wrong because they do not reflect the facts. If we take a fertilized egg or a fetus as a life, then the concepts of heaven, hell, and reincarnation cannot exist because many new lives are born. Many old ones die continuously, and one could only live for one life as a human, and this is clearly not true. Should a young girl who becomes pregnant after having sex without any knowledge and methods of contraception abort her growing embryo or fetus? Please do not preach morality here. It is useless at this time, and we should only consider the ramifications of whether she should carry to term or not. If you do not agree that she should abort, would you be willing to be responsible for the nursing and rearing of her child? If you will not do this, but speak loudly against her abortion and say that abortion is a sin and a crime, please explain where your moral responsibility is. Life genuine is the final course for human beings. Everything is concluded by the final course. 清扫生命通道. Clear the passage of life. Xiefeng. August 14, 2017. Translated by Fengxing. By the existence of things, we profit, and by the non-existence of things, we are served. For something to be useful, it must be empty. Water can only flow freely through pipelines that are empty. If they are not empty, its flow will be restricted. The most obvious example is how drains in kitchens and washrooms become blocked when garbage clogs the pipes. A pipe clogged by garbage is useless. The only way to solve that problem is to remove the garbage, otherwise, it becomes useless. Life is like a passage which must be kept clear. Once extra clutter enters it, life will become weak and powerless, will be rigid and corrupted and even useless. When I study life and contrast a life that is bound for heaven with the one that is going to hell, I find that the passage of heaven-bound lives is clear, whereas the ones of hell-bound lives are filled with extra clutter and are badly blocked. What exactly blocks the passage of life? Above all, we must learn what life is. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality, which shows its character mainly through the consciousness, also called the soul. Actually, life, soul, and consciousness are the same thing. In order to talk about it more conveniently and clearly, I substitute consciousness for life, and when I speak of consciousness, I really mean life. Life's passage is blocked right by clutter in the consciousness. Let us examine the types of things that clutter our consciousness. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, grief, fear, and fright do it. Property, money, reputation, status, and power do it. Tao, virtue, benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, and faith do it. Relatives, families, nationalities, groups, political parties, religions, and nations do it. Faith, ideals, successes, proposals, and targets do it. All of our knowledge, education, and experience does it. All the views which have been formed about life, values, life, and the universe do it. Ideas from traditions and religions do it. Everything listed above are obstacles that block the passage of life. Now let us look at the teachings of Laozi, Sakyamuni, and Jesus. The core of Laozi's teachings is nothingness, returning to being a baby. Sakyamuni's teachings focus on being empty, One's mind should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma. Your mind should not abide in anything. The core of Jesus' teachings is you should be converted and become one as little child. The teachings of Celestial, Buddha, and God focus on one point, that is clearing the passage of life. Why should we clean life to keep it flowing smoothly? The answer is obvious. When a water pipe is blocked, it is useless. When a bedroom is stuffed, no one can occupy it. When the passage of life is blocked, life will lack of nimbus and will slip down toward hell. So it is necessary to clear the passage of life. With respect to real life, the more possessions that one owns, the more trouble, worries, fright, and the less freedom, elegance, and flexibility they have. The more that clutters their consciousness, the more rigid, possessive, stubborn, and conservative they become. The more they dare not to take one step beyond the limit. A life like this actually becomes more miserable, tiring, and tragical. Einstein once said that what prevented him from thinking was the education he had received. I can tell you that what prevents one from achieving happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing comes from what they have possessed in their consciousness. And what prevents mankind from achieving peace, happiness, and sustained prosperity is exact what they hold fast to. I understand fully the broad way to heaven and how a person achieves a happy life, and I know clearly how mankind can avoid man-made and natural disasters and how to realize a sustainable development, but more importantly, I know how a life can arrive in heaven. However, few believe my words because people's passages of life are too cluttered. Accordingly, if one wants a better life and wants to arrive in heaven, they must clear their own life passage first. 生命的高峰体验和极乐妙境 The peak experience and bliss state of life. Xiefeng. September 30th, 2011. Translated by Treasure. The prestigious American psychologist Abraham Harold Maslow has presented his theory of the hierarchical needs of life, in which he postulates that self-realization is the highest need of one's life, that the most perfect symbol of obtaining the highest need is peak experiences, and that his definition of it is a strong identity experience. I will summarize the following 18 characteristics of its specific intention here. Everything blends into one harmonious and integrated whole, becoming an integral part of nature by losing oneself and melting into it. Being in the best state as when a river flows vigorously. Being good at what one does and handling things with great facility. Being full of confidence as if all can be conquered. Being free from suffering and optimistic about everything. Being as unsophisticated and pure as a newborn baby. Being flexible and tactical and improvise at will. Being unique by blooming one's own nature fully. Being absorbed in the present. Being unworldly and regarding spiritual pursuit as supreme. Being in a state of perfection with abundant essence, chi, and spirit. Being poetic and full of mysterious ecstasy. Release one's energy completely and being clear, bright, and fresh, and as if all inner. Feeling fresh, clear, and being free from hostility and hate within. Being free from worldly affairs and at absolute peace. Immersing oneself within the ecstasy of delight and feeling everything's amazement. Being overjoyed and grateful for God's. How many people can enjoy the peak experience that is described above? I suppose very few. What is that wonderful state that obsesses you and makes you lose yourself and meld with the outside world feel like? Consider the following descriptions. I feel like I am in heaven. I have a vague sense of vertigo, that exciting warmth, fullness, wetness, and power. I feel extremely excited and out of breath. At the same time, my head becomes as light as a feather, as if I were dreaming with a vague, distant voice in a stagnant moment. Joy, pleasure, excitement, and thrill all make me madly joyous. I feel so terrific, seems in my body's best state. I feel as if I were awakening into a new life which had just begun at that moment. It felt wonderful, almost unbearable ecstasy for human being. Charming, blood-rushing, desperate, gone with the spirit, absolute excitement, wonderful, intoxicating, powerful, beauty beyond words. In some aspects, My libido awakens me and gives me a chance to transcend myself, awakening from the dense fog of daily life and being. I feel as if being away from my flesh, from my spirit, with no care for everything that matters to my daily self. My life stays here like the eternal, but all in one instant, tasting the sweetness and beauty of life, blending into each other mightily. An amazing feeling, my own self-existence in another dimension, floating and melting from the supporting point of my life. A sudden gush of roaring fire, strong, devouring, wonderful. A pleasant, refreshing, irresistible sensation, growing until it becomes a rapid, high-altitude, screaming rocket with blast-like pleasure appearing in my sexual organs and then radiating throughout my entire body while everything else is gone. My inside feels full of vitality. Its strength, wetness, heat, and intensity feel wonderful. For almost the complete time, all sorts of burning, wonderful sensations radiate from within my thighs as if everything around me has ceased to exist and I am completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. Until now, I haven't found a more wonderful feeling in my entire life. The sensation is an utter immersion without willpower and disconnected from my mind. It conquers me completely and occupies my body. The best word to describe this physiological sensation in terms of its destructive overall effect is temerarious. The only physical feeling that I can equate it to would be some forms of stiffness and tension, and also the indistinguishable internal explosion of the parts of my sex organs. My body tightens gradually, my feeling reaches a steep peak of bliss, and then I reach an extremely joyous high plateau and let sharp screams out and slip across this feeling of bliss peak. Then my body convulses violently 5 or 6 times, sharply and intensely at first, then more bluntly, slowly, and gently. The descriptions above describe the peak experiences of reaching sexual climaxes. In his investigative report spanning 5 continents, Maslow stated that there are 2 methods for mankind to acquire peak experiences. One is sex, the other is music. Sex is the most common way to acquire those peak experiences. The supreme realm for Buddhist study is entering the Elysium world, and doing so means immersing into those peak experiences eternally. In order to enter the Elysium world, one must achieve an enlightened heart that is perceptive of nature, for Buddha is nature and nature is Buddha. Actually, mankind's sexual love experiences are comparatively low level, and those peak experiences that are attained through them are short-lived. To attain eternal, peak experiences, one must achieve self-harmony. That is to say, a life must possess both yin and yang and be completely free from the external sexual supplement but remain in the state of oneness with yin and yang, just as the yin-yang fish shows in Taoism. Only that means entering into the Elysium world where one can experience the peak experiences of life. Then, how does one achieve self-harmony? This is an enormous, complex, and systematic project of self-refinement and self-improvement. What I do each day is to guide Chanyuan Celestials to develop towards self-harmony. To recap briefly, in order to achieve self-harmony, you need to meet these 4 requirements. You must de-weed your soul garden completely. You must pay back all your debts from all of your past lives. You must accumulate enough merits and virtues in heaven. Your consciousness must ascend to the perfect state like a celestial being or Buddha. The building and living experiences of the new oasis for life are all for fulfilling the above tasks. I designed the new oasis for life carefully, including its locations and all the details of its planning and building. At present, all Chanyuan Celestials who have taken part in building and experiencing the life in it can have joy, happiness, freedom, and blessings here. They will feel the peak experiences continuously and finally attain self-harmony in order to enter into the celestial island continent and enjoy eternal bliss. In fact, Buddha and Bodhisattva have already revealed the way to attain self-harmony and enjoy the peak experience of life and bliss long ago as described in Heart Sutra. When Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, Lord who looks down with compassion, attained enlightenment through his profound wisdom, he realized that all forms, feelings, thoughts, behaviors, and cognitions are only illusions. With this realization, he moved beyond all suffering and difficulty. Sariputra, therefore, The tangible comes from the invisible which contains it. There are no essential differences between the two, and the same applies for feelings, thoughts, behavior, and cognition. No matter which of the above, none of their natures have birth or death, being or non-being, defilement or purity, or increasing or decreasing. Therefore, the nature of the world and of life is invisible. Neither any individuals nor any of their sensations listed above really exist. Thinking and our physical perceptions of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling mislead us into our illusions and apply questions to our cognitions about good versus evil, ego versus non-ego, wise versus unwise, life versus death, and attainment versus non-attainment of supreme dharma. All of these perceptions are only illusions. The Bodhisattva relied on the wisdom that could bring him to the shores of freedom. He was entirely free from worry and thus overcame all fears and all that upset him, leaving behind this distorted, illusory world and ultimately attaining nirvana. All Buddhas of the past, present, and future have and will continue to rely on that same wisdom to bring them to the shores of freedom, help to attain supreme authentic wisdom. Therefore know that wisdom that can bring us to the shore of freedom is a great spiritual mantra, a great bright mantra, a supreme mantra, an unequaled mantra. It can remove all suffering. It is genuine and not false. It reads, "Go, go, go. Go to the other shore with transcending wisdom. Go to the realm of freedom. Go to attain enlightenment soon. Just go." Finally, I want to repeat the last words of Heart Sutra. Go, go, go. Go to the other shore with transcending wisdom. Go to the realm of freedom. Go to attain enlightenment soon. Just go. 有关生命和生命轮回的8个小秘密. 8 Secrets on Life and Samsara. Xiefeng. June 18, 2011. Translated by Treasure. The total number of lives is fixed. The total number of lives in the Earth universe is fixed and does not vary. This is to say that the total number of lives is fixed and that the only changes are from the phenomena of the reincarnation of lives. This is as with the fixed quantity of water on Earth. If there is a drought somewhere, it does not mean that it has decreased. If there is a flood somewhere else, it does not mean that it has increased. Leave a bowl of water in the sun until it evaporates completely. Has it died? Of course not. It has reincarnated. When clouds float in and rain falls from them, has more water been produced? Of course not. It has just reincarnated onto the Earth. Unless the whole system of the Earth changes, the total amount of water on it will never change. It will neither increase nor decrease, just reincarnate. It may reincarnate into icebergs, the sea, the earth, or clouds. Water runs in cycles like this for thousands of years. The number of people on the earth has increased. So does this mean that new lives have been born? Of course not. These so-called new lives are just reincarnated from other spaces into the earth. If the number of people on the earth increases, the number of animals may decrease. If that of animals increases, that of humans may decrease. If that of lives in hell decrease, that of lives in the animal world may increase. If the number of people on earth suddenly decreases dramatically for a period of time, where have those lives gone? Are they dead? Of course they have not disappeared. They may have gone to heaven, hell, the plant layer, or the animal world. In short, the amount of life in the Earth universe remains the same, just as with the total amount of water on Earth. The lower a life's level is, the greater its quantity is. The amount of insects is surely greater than that of birds. That of grass is surely greater than that of herbivores. That of herbivores is surely greater than that of carnivores. That of non-humans is surely greater than that of humans. That of lives in hell is surely greater than that of lives in heaven, and that of human lives is surely greater than that of celestial beings. The question then becomes, why is the number of super-celestial beings in the celestial islands continent greater than that of humans on the earth? Is this a contradiction? Up to now, the number of super-celestial beings has been 30 billion, while that of humans has only risen to 7 billion. Does this phenomenon go against the law that the lower a life level is, the greater that level's amount of lives is? Actually, no. From a static point of view, the number of super-celestial beings is larger than that of humans, but from a dynamic point of view, the number of human beings is still larger. The number of super-celestial beings has not changed across hundreds of millions of years, but the total number of humans has been trillions during the same time period. Things, including lives, are valued according to their scarcity. Jesus Christ told us that the road taken by great numbers leads to destruction, lower life spaces, but that only a small number will take the way to life. From this perspective, when a person views things as the masses do, then they will go toward lower life spaces. When the masses go a certain way and you follow them, then surely it will be toward lower life spaces. Only those who concentrate on the things that common people ignore and remain indifferent to the things that common people value highly have any hope of ascending to higher life spaces. Bad people must outnumber good people. According to the law of the amount of lower level life being greater than that of higher level life, it can be deduced that the number of evil people surely exceeds that of righteous people. This is also to say that the number of ignorant people is more than that of laities. That of laities is more that of mortals. That of mortals is more than that of sages. And theirs is more than that of celestials. It is as in human society where the number of common workers exceeds that of business managers, that of managers exceeds that of city mayors, that of mayors exceeds that of provincial governors and ministers, and theirs is greater than that of national presidents and prime ministers. Any other arrangement would be chaotic and disorderly. Life is easy to reincarnate into lower life spaces, but hard to sublimate into higher life spaces. In human society, it is easier to commit crimes than to become role models and easier to become bad examples than good ones because it is easier to appease one's flesh than to sublimate their souls. People like to cater to the values of the masses which fall into the category of high quantity but low quality of life. So it is much easier to reincarnate towards lower life spaces, and many do that unconsciously. Therefore, when the masses believe that, when a boy grows up, he takes a wife, and when a girl does so, she finds a husband, it is a natural outlook on life, and you can predict the results when you take it as your own. When you follow the masses who are making money and doing business with companies, the consequences of reincarnation can be foreseen. But when you follow those who practice Qigong to attain Buddhahood or become celestials, you will certainly achieve a very different result. The number of people who are going to higher level spaces is small. Ordinary people have inertia, are unwilling to accept new ideas, new thinking, and new values, and prefer traditions that they are unwilling to surrender. So it is hard for them to sublimate towards higher level spaces. Leopards cannot change their spots. Peonies have shown their nature for thousands of years, as have lotuses, willows, cattle, and sheep. Without external forces or infiltration from different structures, material will not change. Without guidance from gods, Buddhas, celestials, demons, goblins, or monsters, we will always remain human. Therefore, in the process of reincarnation, we must approach those who have the consciousness of celestials, Buddhas, and gods. If we hear their teachings and practice them, then we will be blessed greatly. In the same way, if we follow people with elusive thinking, it will surely lead us astray. If you want to sublimate your life to higher level spaces, then you must never follow the words and deeds of like-minded people. A leopard cannot change its spots, and it is very difficult to change a person. Therefore, every stylite must remain awake. If there is no experience of being reborn, then their own life will be difficult to sublimate. The direction of life is determined by our consciousness when we are dying. The direction of life is determined by people's consciousness at the moment when they retire from this world. We know that the essence of life is determined by its non-material structure, which is mainly shaped by its type of consciousness, its non-material structure, and its life state. Therefore, if someone attains the consciousness of an animal at the very moment when they leave the world, then they must go to the animal world after they die, but if they attain the consciousness of a celestial being when they leave the world, then they must go to fairyland and so on. A question arises here. If one maintains a human consciousness throughout their life, can they suddenly attain Buddha's consciousness and go to the Pure Land at the moment of their physical departure? The answer is no. There is no possibility of a qualitative change without an accumulation of smaller quantitative changes, nor can anyone overcome the gravity of their life. Additionally, human consciousnesses develop toward the places where their treasures lie. If they lack any accumulation of treasures in heaven, it will be impossible for them to attain the quality of life in heaven without having their treasure there. Where our treasures lie, so too will our hearts be, and there we will find our futures. The imprinting of life's reincarnation. Geneticists know that human DNA carries genetic information and that people who have had physical injuries in their bodies in previous lives have been imprinted with those injuries in their current lives. By observing what people say and do, we can trace back to their previous lives. And just as geologists know the changes that have taken place by studying landforms and geological structures, we can infer the ages of people by observing their appearances. As we study different kinds of people, we can see that some had been specific types of animals in their previous lives, some must have been humans, and some are from heaven. Sherlock Holmes's ability to solve crimes came from his mastery of details and how he could make judgments based on clues left at the scenes of crimes, including where the criminal came from and their basic characteristics, because everything is imprinted, just as with the reincarnation of life. This gives us the message that in order to ascend one's life to heaven, all their human imprints must be eliminated. The mystery of Mengpi soup. Note: Mengpe is the Lady of Forgetfulness in Chinese mythology. It is said in Sutra of Hell's King that ghosts in hell who qualify to reincarnate upward are offered a bowl of Mengpe soup, also called ecstasy soup, to each one, which cause them to forget their previous lives before joining the mortal world as new lives. This is both great compassion and a law that keeps all kinds of lives in order and maintains their dynamic balance. If their memories of previous lives were not eliminated, then human society would be unthinkable. What kind of relationships would exist if people learned that in a previous life, their children were enemies, that their spouse was their grandmother, that a close friend was their enemy, or that their pet was their child? It would create complete chaos and their thinking would be confused. Therefore, the lower level a life is, the more their memories of previous lives must be eliminated. Otherwise, not only would the mortal world be chaotic, but even heaven would be. Each life's information about their previous lives are in codes which cannot be revealed or deciphered randomly. These are cosmic secrets, and if they were to be revealed, conflicts and disasters would result inevitably. The vast majority of people live in confusion and are unaware of the universe's secrets. This is why Jesus said, "To you, it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of God, but to those who are without, all these things are done in parables, and that seeing, they may see but not perceive, and hearing, they may hear but not understand, lest at any time they should be converted and their sins should be forgiven." The mysteries of life are endless and interesting to explore. 人能轮回成动物的4个逻辑推理. The 4 logical reasons why human being can reincarnate into animals. Xiefeng, March 20th, 2021. There are many cases recorded in books about the reincarnation of people into animals. There are also many cases of the use of hypnosis in contemporary Western society to remind people that they have been animals in previous lives. Readers who are interested can search for articles about people's reincarnation into animals on the internet. Human beings can reincarnate into animals, and animals can also reincarnate into human beings. The logical reasoning is as follows. The sum of positive and negative energies in the universe is 0. This is a law of the universe. This law tells us that what we get is always equal to what we give. If you get something, you must pay. If you pay, you will get it. Otherwise, there would be no rules of heaven. Also, it's a loss of justice and fairness. From this law, we can know that when one receives something from someone else, he must repay it in some way. There are many ways to repay, one of which is to become animals raised by creditors, which can be pigs, dogs, cattle, horses, sheep, chickens, etc. Therefore, there is a folk saying, "I cannot repay your great kindness. I would like to be one of your cattle or your horse in the next life." This is true. There are not many people who raise animals in modern society, especially those who grow up and live in cities. It is difficult for people to become domesticated animals to repay their debts. They can only go to large farms to reincarnate and provide meat for human beings to compensate for their debts. Life is a kind of non-material structure with spirituality. Usually people call it a soul, and its essence is consciousness. Whatever kind of consciousness you have, you will be reincarnated into that kind of life. This is also a law, also called the law of heaven. When observing people according to this law, you will find that there are quite a few people in the population whose state of consciousness is not much different from a certain type of animal, but can also be very similar to a certain animal in nature that it can even be compared to. Therefore, these people will reincarnate into animals after their physical bodies die. There is a law of life balance in the universe, which tells us that life is always in a state of dynamic balance. Just like the ratio of men and women in human beings is always maintained at 51 to 49. Although in a specific time and place, the ratio may exceed 51 to 49, but macroscopically, this ratio remains unchanged, which is called dynamic balance. In nature, the number of any species has an upper limit. Once the upper limit is exceeded, the balance mechanism will come into effect and the number will decline and be reduced. From this we know that there will be a transformation between humans and animals. Once there are more people, there will be fewer animals. And once there are fewer people, there will be more animals. Where do these other animals come from? They are reincarnated from human beings. The human world is a transfer station for life at all levels. This is what I discovered when I observed the continent of the three realms that lives pass through. That is to say, human beings, but not only human beings, but there are also gods, Buddhas, immortals, demons, spirits, monsters, ghosts, lions, tigers, wolves, cows, horses, pigs, sheep, chickens, dogs, etc. among them. Except insects, microorganisms, shrimps, flowers, and some trees that do not participate in the life reincarnation system. All other kinds of life have their own representatives living in human society in the form of human beings. This phenomenon shows that animals can become human beings, and human beings can become animals. From the above four laws, the laws of heaven, it can be concluded that people can reincarnate into animals. Knowing this truth gives us the following four revelations and warnings. Never owe debts to others. This debt includes economic debts and emotional debts, as well as debts owed to nature. Even if it is obtained from parents and children, it must be repaid. Examine whether there is a certain animal consciousness in your consciousness. If so, get rid of it as soon as possible. Do not harm domestic animals and wild animals as much as possible. Otherwise, you will be in great danger of being reincarnated into the animal world. Listen to the teachings of sages and try to stay away from demons and spirits. What one should always keep in mind is that divine punishments are slow but sure, like big nets that let nothing slip through them, and heaven will not spare anyone. 生命奥秘声波能量 The mysteries of life, energy of sound waves. Xiefeng, November 28, 2021. Sound waves have frequencies, and different frequencies carry different energies. Different energies have different effects on the world and on life. Any kind of sound will have an impact on the world and life, either a beneficial or harmful impact. When two people quarrel, the sound will have a harmful influence on other people. If two people talk sweetly, the sound will have a beneficial influence on other people. Every sound has its own wavelength and bandwidth like those of sound waves. Different sound waves have different values and functions. Sound waves can be a panacea for healing or a powerful weapon for killing. Avalokite, Vara heart mantra Om Mani Padme Hum has magical sound waves, has the function and magical effect of enhancing truth, goodness, and beauty and suppressing falsehoods, evil, and ugliness. Regular chanting is beneficial to the sublimation of life. When reciting Amitabha, if the A is pronounced as A, it will cause endless harm, but if it is pronounced as A, one will benefit infinitely. What is the reason? Because the sound waves of A and A are different, and since the sound waves are different, their energy is different, their properties are different, their functions are different, and their effects are different. Every time I hear someone pronounce Amitabha as Amitabha, I feel bad, very uncomfortable, want to lose my temper and feel like falling into a dark abyss. But when I hear someone say a Amitabha, I feel joy. It makes people feel calm, emotionally stable, and feel like they have entered the kingdom of heaven. Everyone knows the story of Meng Jiangnu crying at the Great Wall. How powerful is Meng Jiangnu's crying? It is said, she cried until the sun and the moon were dimmed. It was dark all around, and the autumn wind howled. The sea waves ran high, and the Great Wall collapsed section by section, covering a distance of 250 miles. Of course, this is an exaggerated description by writers, But the sound waves of Meng Jiangnu's crying have been oscillating in the sky of history, and they directly affect human beings today. The unjust case of Dou Yi is also a well-known story. Dou Yi was wronged and swore that there will be snow in June and 3 years of severe drought in Chuzhou, and her oath came true. The walls of Jericho in the Bible is a well-known story among Christians. After the death of Moses, Joshua served as the leader of the Jews and continued to lead the Jews to march to Canaan. After crossing the Jordan River, on the way to Canaan, one must first enter the city of Jericho. But the walls of Jericho were strong, and the Canaanites would not allow the Jews to enter the city, so the Jews marched around the city for 7 days. After the end of the 7th day, the priests blew their horns, and the Jews shouted loudly at the same time. Then the walls of Jericho collapsed to the sound of trumpets and the shouts of the Jews. It is said that stones weighing several tons, or even dozens of tons that were used in the construction of the Egyptian pyramids were not pulled up manually, nor were they hoisted up by mechanical equipment. Instead, a spell was placed on the stone, and then someone recited the spell, and the stone floated into the air. The floating stones also fit tightly into the city wall and followed the voice of the mantra chanter. Are sound waves that powerful? Many people must know the Chladni figures in the history of science. The German physicist Chladni put a very wide and thin metal sheet on a violin and evenly sprinkled fine sand on the metal sheet, and then Chladni played the violin with a bow. As a result, the fine sand on the metal sheet was arranged into a beautiful pattern. With the change of the melody and frequency of the piano sound, those beautiful patterns changed shape continuously, forming an ever-changing pattern, which is known as the Chladni figures. The Chladni figures proves that sound waves will cause changes in surrounding objects, cause snow to fall in June, cause city walls to collapse, and of course, cause heavy rains that pour down, overflowing floods, and will even turn a drought to cause an area to become a desert, and create hailstones that will become as big as footballs. Now let's look at the relationship between sound wave energy and life. To gain vigorous vitality, life needs to absorb powerful energy. The stronger the energy, the more vigorous life will be. And sound wave energy is a kind of life energy that cannot be ignored, but it must be noticed that sound wave energy can be beneficial or harmful. Which are beneficial and which are harmful sound wave energies? All sound waves that can make people feel joyful, calm, comfortable, and are uplifting are beneficial sound wave energies, such as beautiful songs and tunes, the whispers of lovers, the peaceful words of saints, the chirping of birds, etc. The sound waves that can make people anxious, bored, worried, and listless are harmful energies, such as the complaints and nagging of others, hoarse shouting, the growling of quarrel makers, and the croaking of crows, etc. From this we know that all positive, active, optimistic, romantic, and musical sound waves are beneficial to life, and all negative, passive, pessimistic, unromantic, and noisy sound waves are harmful to life. This is true not only for others, but also for oneself. That is to say, when a person swears, he hurts others as well as himself. In short, the sounds you like to hear are beneficial to you, and the sounds you don't like are harmful to you. I hope that everyone can absorb the sound wave energies that are beneficial to their lives every day. 自私是生命基因的癌细胞. Selfishness is the cancer cell in the gene of life. Xiefeng, December 9, 2021. Do you believe in the existence of heaven? 99% of people either don't believe in the existence of heaven or doubt the existence of heaven. Why do you doubt or not believe in the existence of heaven? Because there are cancer cells in your life genes. These cancer cells are those of selfishness. When a person is selfish, he will never believe in the existence of pure truth, pure beauty, and pure kindness, because his selfishness is like a barrier blocking his sight. Just like it is difficult for a person who has not studied geography and doesn't know about time differences to believe that when he is sleeping in the middle of the night, it is noon in some other places. A selfish person can never feel and experience the pattern and realm of a selfless person, just like a person who has never been hungry cannot feel and experience the taste of hunger. Heaven is the realm of selfless people. The reason why the kingdom of heaven is beautiful is that all people living in heaven are selfless. The territory created by the more selfish people is closer to hell, and the territory created by the more selfless people is closer to heaven. In a social group, from 2 people to 3 people, 4 people, 7 people, hundreds of or thousands of people, if you live among it, you will find that the makers of troubles, pain, anxiety, worry, and fear are all selfish people. The more one is selfish, the more falsehoods, evil, and ugliness he will create. When dealing with people, you will find that it is difficult to get along with some people. The deep root cause is that they are very selfish. The more selfish a person is, the harder it is to get along with him. People cannot get along with each other due to differences in the 3 outlooks: greed, hatred, ignorance, incompetence, suspicion, protecting the interests of the nation and the country, different beliefs resulting in different opinions, to be yourself, to sticking to their opinions, etc., disputes, arguments, battles. The origin of all the above is the selfishness of human nature. All false, evil, and ugly phenomena and incidents in society are caused by selfishness. Are there completely selfless people in the world? Of course there are. There are a lot of them. Did Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and immortal Lao Tzu have selfish motives? Not at all. In the past and present, did the missionaries who went to poor and backward places have selfish motives? No. Did those Western missionaries who went to China to establish schools and hospitals have selfish motives? No. Did Mother Teresa have selfish motives? No. There is never a shortage of angels and bodhisattvas on earth. Who are the angels and bodhisattvas? Those who are totally selfless are angels and bodhisattvas. Any more questions about this? When angels and bodhisattvas gather together, they can create heaven. When extremely selfish people get together, they can create hell. Is there any basis for this? There sure is. When Chanyuan celestials are together, they can create a picturesque and beautiful Xanadu, and can copy the scenes of heaven in the world. The second home created by Life at Chanyuan is a solid proof of this. Selfishness is one of the 36 8 diagrams arrays, mazes. Those who do not live for themselves will be punished by Tao, is a maze. When born as a human, you have to be selfish, and when you come to the Saha world, you have to be selfish, so that people are tightly bound in the maze of selfishness and can't escape the cycle through the 6 worlds, and you can't transcend the 3 realms. If you want to escape the maze of selfishness, you must keep this in mind. If the immortals live only for themselves, they will be punished by Tao. Regardless of whether it is Buddha, immortals, angels, bodhisattva, or all beings in heaven, once they become selfish, they will be destroyed by Tao, and they will surely be laid down in the mortal world and fall into the cycle through the 6 worlds. No matter who they are, emperors, beggars, professors, illiterates, workers, farmers, etc., as long as they are selfless, they will enter heaven. But, rich people, you will never be accepted by the kingdom of heaven, no matter how well you do charity, because rich people themselves are synonyms of selfishness. How can you become rich if you are not selfish? Whether you become rich by wisdom, by creation and invention, or by service, once there are poor people who oppose you, there will be no doubt about your selfish nature. After all, there are no poor people in heaven, and there are no rich people there either. The most perfect character of life is selflessness. Selfishness is the cancer cell of the life gene. The cancer cell that will devour the perfection of life little by little, until it makes life so ugly that it descends into hell. 生命旅途上会有必要的挫折和磨难. There will be necessary setbacks and tribulations on the journey of life. Xiefeng, September 6, 2022. There are different levels of life. The more perfect a life is, that life will be in the higher level space, and the more flawed a life is, that life will be in the lower level space. We are reincarnated into the world because we have flawed lives. If flawed lives want to return to the high-level life space, they need to go through some necessary setbacks and tribulations. The so-called flawed life mainly refers to the life with debts. Whether these debts are in heaven or on earth, they must be repaid. This is stipulated and restricted by the law of the combination of positive and negative energies of the universe is 0, from which we understand that in the lifetime of a human, his main task is to pay off his debts. After the debt is paid off, he will return to heaven. If his debt is not paid off, he must continue to reincarnate in the world. If he not only fails to pay off his debt but also owes more debt, he has to go to live in a space that is lower than that of a human being. The life structure of human beings is born with the function of selfishness. If the life does not have the function of selfishness, it will live forever in heaven. Due to selfishness, it is very difficult for people to repay debts, so Tao arranged some setbacks and tribulations for people to repay debts with. This is determined by the fairness of Tao. So, what we need to understand is, there will be necessary setbacks and tribulations on the journey of life. As the saying goes, as we live in the complications of the human world, we have to adapt ourselves to changing circumstances, which means that 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life we encountered are unsatisfactory, and only 1 or 2 out of 10 things make us happy. When living to the age of 60 or 70, 70 or 80, and reminiscing about the imprints of the past years, people will often sigh and have regrets. In fact, this is a very normal phenomenon. Even if one can start all over again, there will still be a lot of unsatisfactory things that occur. Setbacks and tribulations are unavoidable, because that is the fair arrangement of Tao. Who wants to be a pig? The problem is not whether you want to or not, but if you have to be a pig. When a person owes a huge amount of debt, and he cannot repay the debt at all with conventional ways, then it will be arranged for him to be a pig, to dedicate his blood, meat, bones, and fur, and even to go under a knife to repay his debt, so he can return to the world to be a human again. Everything in the world is a constant. No matter how big or small a circle is, from a small one like the eye of a needle to the large one that encompasses the Milky Way, the ratio of its circumference to diameter is always a fixed number. Various kinds of life, from a bacterium to an earthworm to a person, everything of its life is a constant. Even the water on the earth, whether it is torrential water or it has been dried for 1,000 years, its total amount is a constant, or is a constant quantity. It can be seen from this that the total amount of food a person eats in his life is a constant, or constant amount. When a person consumes the total amount of food at the age of 30, he will definitely starve and die. If the total amount of food is consumed at the age of 70, but he lives frugally and never wastes a grain of rice or a mouthful of grain, then if he is destined to die at the age of 70, but because his total amount of food has not been consumed, his death can only be delayed. The same is true of setbacks and tribulations, which can also be called a life balance mechanism, just like if in this world, a certain governor embezzled and accepted 200 million yuan in bribes, and then was arrested and put in a prison or sentenced to death, and all his property was confiscated. This is fair and just. Or make him terminally ill, or drive him to commit suicide, or let him live day and night without peace. In short, the mechanism of Tao will keep the constant of life rigorous and eternal. Flowers bloom and wither, and the tide rises and falls. The moon tells us that there is only one full moon in a month, and the waning of the moon is a regular phenomenon. Therefore, in the face of tribulations and setbacks, we must maintain a calm mind, and even maintain a joyful mind, because that is repaying debts. Borrowing debts is easy, and to repay them is difficult. Debt repayment is painful, but no matter how painful it is, you must repay the debt with joy. Frustrations and tribulations are almost inevitable, but they can be reduced to the point where you can bear them. The best way to alleviate setbacks and tribulations is to generate merits, and the best way to generate merits is to give and dedicate selflessly. There is no other way. If someone makes you unhappy, and that is also a tribulation. 零的频率解析零是生命之源. Analysis of spiritual frequency. Spirit is the source of life. Xiefeng. May 24, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. We often mention soul, spiritual power, spiritual perception, mind, and spirituality. We also talk about being skillful, having telepathy, spiritual resonance, being spiritually gifted, miraculous remedies, stubborn and unyielding, suffering of living beings. So, what exactly is spirit? Spirit is a vibrational wave, a type of wave that encompasses all conscious activities of living beings. Since it is a wave, it has a frequency, which refers to the number of occurrences per second. An event that happens once per second is called 1 Hertz. If the vibrations of a living being occur less than 20 times or more than 20,000 times per second, the human ear cannot perceive the sound of those vibrations. For example, a butterfly's wings vibrate only 5 to 6 times per second, so we cannot hear the sound of a butterfly flying. However, the vibrations of bees, flies, and mosquitoes occur at frequencies of 320, 352, and 640 respectively, which enables us to hear the sound of their flight. The structure of all objects is determined by different vibrational frequencies. The higher the frequency, the more complex the structure. The higher the frequency, the more intangible it becomes. Perfect art, such as the beauty of the human body, is also a manifestation of vibrational frequencies. The higher the vibrational frequency during pregnancy, the more beautiful the physical appearance of the children. We can observe that different frequencies lead to different material forms, and the frequency of spirit leads to different conscious forms of life. Therefore, the acceptance of specific spiritual frequencies is closely related to the formation of our own life structure. So, which spiritual frequencies should we accept, and which should we reject? Since spirit is a type of vibrational wave, it must have a frequency. When I was in my homeland, the thousand-year world, the frequencies we received there were all a kind of sound from nature. Of course, that sound is different in nature from the sounds of nature on earth. That sound, or rather frequency, is the frequency of the greatest creator, which is the spirit of the greatest creator. Since spirit is a vibrational wave, the greatest creator's vibrational waves permeate all space and time in the universe. Therefore, we can confidently say that all things have spirit. Not only do plants and animals have spirit, but mountains, rivers, stones, and houses also have spirit. Therefore, we have discovered that everything has a spirit. In our daily lives, we not only receive the spirits from God, but also receive a multitude of spirits from plants, animals, mountains, rivers, and supernatural beings. Unfortunately, in most cases, what people receive is not the spirit from God, but rather the spirits of human beings themselves and a large number of the wronged and aggrieved, and even the spirits of arrogant beings from higher realms. These spirits have a significant destructive impact on the structure of our lives. Unless we distance ourselves from these spirits and return to the embrace of nature. The sounds in nature are not specifically referring to the sounds of wind, rain, bird chirping, frog croaking, thunder, or ocean waves. Instead, they refer to sounds with frequencies lower than 20 Hz, such as the sounds of plant growth, blooming, heartbeat, and the movement of white clouds. We know that infrasound is harmful to the human body. When the frequency of external object vibrations resonates with the frequency of our body vibrations, it can damage our internal organs and even the nervous system. However, it is evident that the sounds of plant growth and blooming, which are infrasound, not only do not harm our health but actually contribute to our well-being. This is a very subtle phenomenon. Some infrasounds are harmful, even fatal, to our health, while others are highly beneficial. I have also discovered a phenomenon where infrasound at 1 Hz actually resonates with the human heart's rhythm, yet it has no harmful effects on the body. This is difficult for me to explain, and perhaps scientists in the relevant field can provide a clear explanation. Now, here comes the central mystery. The frequency of the greatest creator's spirit happens to be 1 Hz, and only waves at this frequency can penetrate all dimensions of the universe. The optimal frequency for the human heart's rhythm is also 1 Hz, or 60 beats per minute. This should create a resonance, but this resonance phenomenon does not cause harm to the human body. This is a mystery that I find difficult to unravel. However, we can draw inspiration from the ticking sound of an alarm clock in a bedroom. The frequency of the alarm clock aligns with the rhythm of the heart, and it does not cause any resonance that harms the body. Therefore, the frequency of greatest creator's spirit does not harm the human body due to resonance with the frequency of the heart. Now, let's analyze which frequencies are beneficial or harmful to human life. Scientists have discovered that for plants, sound at a frequency of 6,000 Hz is most favorable for their growth. Sound frequencies between 700 and 900 Hz can hinder plant growth, and frequencies above 10,000 Hz can lead to the complete death of plants. Scientists have conducted experiments and found that the frequencies ranging between 2,000 and 4,000 Hz produce the most unbearable sounds. However, our judgment is not based on frequencies alone, but rather on our own subjective perception. The sound of dragging an iron shovel on concrete is undeniably unpleasant. Sudden screams, car horns, arguments, noise, crying, complaints, grievances, hoarse shouting, painful moans, desperate cries, and various other sounds also cause discomfort to individuals. In the end, we can roughly establish a clue. Any sound that brings happiness, excitement, joy, serenity, tranquility, contentment, comfort, pleasure, freedom, and blessedness is beneficial to mental and physical health. On the other hand, sounds that cause discomfort, irritability, anxiety, fear, depression, melancholia, restlessness, and pain are detrimental to our well-being. The conclusion is that the frequency of spirits is 1 hertz, and the waves of spirits permeate all time and space in the universe. This leads to the belief that everything has a spirit, and all the spirits of life and objects come from the spirit of the greatest creator. Once this spirit disappears, life ceases to exist. The strength of the spirit is related to the sounds a life form hears. More joyful sounds result in stronger spirits, while more disturbing sounds weaken the spirit. The spirit is the source of life, and humans themselves are without spirits. The human spirit comes from the greatest creator, and the vitality of the human spirit comes from consciousness. Pure and orderly consciousness makes a person spirited, with spiritual energy, perception, and spirituality. They become agile, flexible, resourceful, and talented. On the other hand, if consciousness is chaotic and disordered, a person becomes sluggish, dull, unresponsive, clumsy, lacking perception, and lacking understanding. All spirits of life come from the greatest creator, so what about the so-called evil spirits? This question will be explored in a separate analysis. In conclusion, spirits are the source of all things and the source of life, with a frequency of 1 hertz. 灵是生命之源. Spirit is the source of life. Xiefeng. May 28, 2023. Niuwa used clay to create humans and breathed life into them with a single breath. This is, of course, a mythological legend without scientific basis or empirical support. However, it is enlightening in understanding the concept of spirit. The people created by Niuwa are nothing more than a pile of earthly materials. It is only when the breath is blown and that the soil is transformed into living beings with spirituality. The breath blown in represents the spirits. In other words, it is the infusion of spiritual energy into the physical bodies that turns them into living organisms. In reality, things are not as simple as that. However, one thing is certain. Any material, without the input of spirit, cannot become a living entity. We often say, water is the source of life. Water is crucial for humans, animals, plants, insects, and microorganisms on Earth. Without water, these life forms cannot survive, so water is considered the source of life. However, some viruses, fungi, aphid, nematodes, diatoms, and red algae can survive without water. There are countless souls that can exist without water. In fact, all forms of non-material life can survive without water. Even Zen Master Bodhidharma, who achieved enlightenment, survived for 9 years without eating or drinking. There are supernatural phenomena such as manifestation of Bodhisattva, manifestation of Buddha, manifestation of ancestors, and possession. Undoubtedly, those who manifest do not need to drink water to survive. Thus, we can conclude that water is not the source of life. Modern science has delved into the microcosmic world, reaching a realm without fundamental particles. Since fundamental particles do not exist, string theory has emerged, with vibration at its core. Vibrations give rise to the diverse forms and movements of the material world, from fundamental particles to celestial bodies. The driving force behind the universe and the changes in the world is the vibration of the strings. Now the question arises, where do the strings come from? Who plays the vibrations of the strings? Is it the Big Bang? Certainly not. That is just speculation or conjecture, not much different from mythological legends. When I explain the origin of the universe, I have already revealed the birth of the greatest creator. If one does not believe in this, we can still logically infer the existence of the greatest creator through facts. Just look at the airplane, ship, and car you are currently traveling in, and look at the computer, mobile phone, and microwave you use. From the smallest utensil like a needle to the house you live in and the city, which one doesn't have a creator? Any product we use has one or dozens or even thousands of creators, and these creators of the products are humans. From this, we can understand that in the vast world we encounter, which one doesn't have a creator? Even our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, hair, bones, organs, and everything else were consciously created. And the creator of all these things is the greatest creator. Therefore, we can conclude that it is the greatest creator who plays the vibrations of the strings, just as humans control a spacecraft in the universe. How does the greatest creator play the vibrations of the strings? The answer is, the heartbeat of the greatest creator is the vibration of the microcosmic strings, not deliberately played but similar to how the human heart pumps blood to deliver vital nutrients to every cell, keeping them alive. Now we must ask, what exactly is the string that physicists talk about? What kind of existence is it? The answer is, the string is spirit, a transcendent existence. For matter, spirit is a vibrational wave that propels the world's motion, development, and changes. For life, spirit is the energy input that causes the heart to beat, and this input is also carried out through the vibration of spirit. Thus, we discover that spirit is the source of life. Once the input of this energy called spirit is cut off, life dies instantly. Regarding the analysis of spirit, there are 3 articles in total. The first one is an analysis of the frequencies of spirit. The second one is spirit as the source of life. And the third one is the classification and application of spirit. 零的分类与运用 Classification and application of spirit. Xiefeng, May 28, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Spirit has only one source, which is the vibration wave caused by the heartbeat of the greatest creator's heart. This wave, with a frequency of 1 Hz, can penetrate through the entire universe and is responsible for the movement and changes in the material world, as well as the survival of all life. Therefore, there is no classification of spirit. The heartbeat of all living beings is driven by the vibration wave of the greatest creator's spirit. The greatest creator's spirit is not only the primary driving force of the universe, but also its eternal driving force. The mysterious and unfathomable superstring recognized by scientists is the spirit of the greatest creator. So, where do the so-called evil spirits, manifestations of bodhisattvas, and spirit possession come from? And what about terms like spirituality, spiritual power, spiritual perception, and spiritual phenomena? Let's consider a scenario where we place a sponge, a towel, a wooden block, and an iron block in the open and let them be sprinkled with a drizzle. In the end, we observe that the sponge absorbs the most water, followed by the towel, while the iron block absorbs the least. Despite receiving a similar amount of water on the same surface area from the drizzle, why does the sponge absorb the most water and the iron block the least? We find that the sponge absorbs more water because it has more hollow spaces in its structure, whereas the structure of the iron block is dense with fewer hollow spaces. The hollower an object is, the easier it is to absorb more water, whereas denser objects have a harder time absorbing more water. The greatest creator's spirit is like that drizzle, evenly distributed in any time and space of the universe. Or we can say that the vibration waves of the greatest creator's spirit propel all material movements and heartbeats without any loss. The variation in spiritual qualities such as high spirituality, strong spiritual power, and acute spiritual perception among different living beings is related to their life structure. It is like how the structure of a sponge, towel, wooden block, or iron block determines their ability to absorb water. From this, we notice a phenomenon. The emptier something is, the more it can accommodate. Conversely, the more solid something is, the less it can accommodate. This phenomenon enlightens us that the emptier a person's heart is, the more it can resonate with the vibration of the greatest creator's spirit. On the other hand, a solid heart has a harder time resonating with the greatest creator's spirit. In other words, the level of a person's spirituality, the strength of their spiritual power, and the sensitivity of their spiritual perception all depend on the state of their heart, whether it is empty or solid. The emptier the heart, the more it can resonate with the greatest Creator-S spirit at the same frequency. While the more solid it is, the more challenging it becomes to resonate with the greatest Creator-S spirit. Based on this deduction, we can draw a conclusion. The emptier the heart, the higher the person's spirituality, the stronger their spiritual power, and the sharper their spiritual perception. Conversely, the more solid the heart, the lower the person's spirituality, the weaker their spiritual power, and the duller their spiritual perception. Once we understand this conclusion, I invite you to read the Heart Sutra, and all mysteries will become clear, with the sky cleared of any obstructions. Here is the full text of the Heart Sutra. When Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, Lord who looks down with compassion, attained enlightenment through his profound wisdom, he realized that all forms, feelings, thoughts, behaviors, and cognitions are only illusions. With this realization, he moved beyond all suffering and difficulty. Sariputra, therefore, the tangible comes from the invisible which contains it. There are no essential differences between the two, and the same applies for feelings, thoughts, behavior, and cognition. No matter which of the above, none of their natures have birth or death, being or non-being, defilement or purity, or increasing or decreasing. Therefore, the nature of the world and of life is invisible. Neither any individuals nor any of their sensations listed above really exist. Thinking and our physical perceptions of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling mislead us into our illusions and apply questions to our cognitions about good versus evil, ego versus non-ego, wise versus unwise, life versus death, and attainment versus non-attainment of supreme dharma. All of these perceptions are only illusions. The Bodhisattva relied on the wisdom that could bring him to the shores of freedom. He was entirely free from worry and thus overcame all fears and all that upset him, leaving behind this distorted, illusory world and ultimately attaining nirvana. All Buddhas of the past, present, and future have and will continue to rely on that same wisdom to bring them to the shores of freedom, to attain supreme authentic wisdom ultimately. Therefore, know that wisdom that can bring us to the shore of freedom is a great spiritual mantra, a great bright mantra, a supreme mantra, an unequaled mantra. It can remove all suffering. It is genuine and not false. It reads, "Go, go, go. Go to the other shore with transcending wisdom. Go to the realm of freedom. Go to attain enlightenment soon. Just go." When the mind is without obstructions, there is no fear. When the mind is free from worry, there is no fear. One can distance oneself from delusional dreams, attain ultimate nirvana, become a celestial being or a Buddha, and journey to the Elysium world to obtain eternal life. Is there any basis for this? Yes, when the mind is free from worry, it is empty. When the mind is empty, it can resonate 100% with the greatest Creator-S spirit. When it resonates with the greatest Creator-S spirit, one can be in harmony with the greatest Creator. Since the greatest Creator is eternal, one attains eternal life. So, what about evil spirits? Evil spirits are vibrations that oppose the spirit of the greatest Creator. Once an individual confronts the vibration wave of the greatest Creator-S spirit, they themselves become an evil spirit. Specifically speaking, evil spirits are everywhere, filling the void. The manifestations of bodhisattvas are revelations given by the heavens to people. These manifestations occur almost every day, such as sandstorms, super typhoons, hailstorms, floods, droughts, and snowfall in June. All these phenomena are manifestations of bodhisattvas. Spirit possession refers to departed souls who, due to resentment or regrets, cannot transcend into the afterlife and remain in the space between yin and yang. They borrow the bodies of living individuals to express their desires. Another situation is when the influential thoughts of ancestors control and influence the thinking of present-day individuals. These individuals lack their own thoughts and solely rely on the thoughts of their predecessors to contemplate and judge present viewpoints and phenomena. In summary, when individuals lack their own thoughts and will, only reiterating and expressing the thoughts and will of others, they are experiencing spirit possession. In this sense, the majority of humanity is beings possessed by spirits. The utilization of the greatest Creator-S spirit is straightforward. As long as we empty our hearts and remove all obstructions, resonating at the same frequency with the greatest Creator's Spirit is the best method and approach. 生命三宝情爱性解析 Analysis of the three treasures of life: affection, love, and sex. Xiefeng. October 26, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. Affection, love, and sex are the three treasures of life. All living beings, from plants, insects, animals to humans, as long as they are alive, possess these three treasures. All plants, whether trees, flowers, or grass, possess affection. When they are cared for, they thrive. Their flowers are vibrant, and their fruits are fragrant, sweet, and large. If they are harmed, they wither, weaken, and die. Plants also experience fear and anxiety. Even a single flower, when nurtured by a loving person, flourishes, while the same flower, when nurtured by someone with hate, cannot thrive no matter how it is cared for. The shade provided by plants, their offerings, and their colors all express their love. Plants engage in pollination, which constitutes their sexuality and sexual activity. Most of the plants that do not flower or bear fruit also have male and female distinctions. Even trees like poplars, willows, and grasses have male and female distinctions. There is an exchange of elements between the male and female parts, which is their sexuality and sexual activity. All things have affection, referring to life. The connotation of affection determines the level of a life. The narrower the emotional domain, the lower the level of life. The broader the emotional domain, the higher the level of life. For example, if a person only has affection for one or a few people, their emotional domain is narrow, and their life level is low. If a person has affection for all people, their emotional domain is vast, and their life level is high. If a person not only has affection for people but also for all beings, for mountains, rivers, land, sun, moon, and stars, then that person is no longer an ordinary mortal but has reached the level of gods and belongs to the realm of heaven. Love is a sign of the non-material structure of life. If a person only loves a few people throughout their life, the non-material structure of their life is not much different from that of animals, and may even be less extensive than that of animals. If a person loves all sentient beings, then that person is not an ordinary mortal, but has reached the level of angels and bodhisattvas. The more objects of love and the broader the scope of love, the more perfect the non-material structure of a life. Love is a state manifested by life, and this state does not change in the slightest due to different environments or objects. As the saying goes, the orchid grows in a secluded valley, not needing people to appreciate its beauty. If someone falls in love with another person because of their wealth or power, this love is not born from life itself but is driven by self-interest. Therefore, love that is spoken is not true love. Love is manifested, not spoken. Sexuality is a characteristic of the structural composition of life. Every species has its unique sexual characteristics, but all life forms share a common feature: the exchange of energy with the opposite sex. Only the opposite sex can satisfy one's sexual desires. When a life receives sufficient energy from the opposite sex, it can manifest relatively perfect characteristics. If sexuality is suppressed and sexual desires remain unfulfilled, the individual will be in a pathological state, exhibiting emotions such as anxiety, restlessness, irritability, and even violence. They will vent these emotions through behaviors like anger, jealousy, resentment, and brutality. Their psyche will become imbalanced, leading to internal conflicts and a decline in the capacity for love, eventually drifting towards the lower realms of life. If a life loses affection, love, and sex, it is no different from a stone. It loses vitality and life. If a person lacks affection, love, and sex, they become like a mummy, a walking corpse, nothing more than a physical automaton. Therefore, affection, love, and sex are the three treasures of life. People may possess nothing, but they cannot lack affection, love, and sex. The broader the emotional domain, love domain, and sex domain, the higher the level of life. The narrower the domain, the lower the level. Why did Jesus Christ say, "In heaven, there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage"? It is because once there is marriage, the emotional, love, and sex domains become narrow, making it unsuitable for life to exist in heaven. To become an advanced life form, one must fill their heart with love for mountains and rivers, love for the universe, and love for the destinations they are destined to reach. Regardless of the environment or circumstances, one must consistently express their love, beauty. They must fully satisfy their sexual needs because sexual freedom is the ultimate freedom of life. 情欲和爱欲的区别. The distinction between the domain of emotion and the domain of love. Xiefeng. October 30th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. The domain of emotion refers to the scope of feelings and emotions involved, while the domain of love pertains to the scope of love cognition. To grasp the contrast between the two domains, we need to differentiate between emotion and love. Emotion is an expression of a person's psychological state. There are 8 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, sadness, worry, fear, and surprise. The emotions we commonly refer to mainly include family affection, friendship, romantic love, and gratitude. Love is an expression of a person's consciousness state, with only one form of expression: joy. Psychological and consciousness states are entirely distinct. Psychological states change with external circumstances, while consciousness states are inherent expressions of life that do not change with external factors. Emotion changes with external factors. For example, kind treatment may evoke affection, while provocation may lead to resentment. Love, on the other hand, does not change with external factors. For example, parental love remains constant regardless of changes in the child's behavior. It is innate and difficult to change. The domain of emotion pertains to feelings. For example, if one has few objects of affection, their emotional domain is narrow. If one has many objects of affection, their emotional domain is broad. The domain of love pertains to love. For example, in the animal kingdom, female animals exhibit extraordinary care and love towards their offspring, whether they are bears, tigers, leopards, pigs, dogs, or birds. However, this love is solely directed towards their own offspring and does not extend to the offspring of other species. Similarly, humans tend to feel affection towards those with whom they share blood relations, emotional connections, and mutual interests, rather than extending their affection to other individuals or entities. Celestial beings, for instance, predominantly express love for all of nature and its creatures, showing fondness for the qualities, environments, and realm of celestials. Buddhas and bodhisattvas express love towards all life forms, including humans, reflecting their broad perspective and elevated consciousness at this level of existence. Thus, the breadth of the love domain varies according to the difference of life's scope and realm. Upon examining the emotions and love of different levels of life, we find that broader domains indicate higher life levels. Conversely, narrower domains suggest lower life levels. This is a topic that practitioners and cultivators need to pay close attention to. 应当这样爱惜生命. Life should be cherished like this. Xiefeng. December 2nd, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. When a life does not exchange energy with the external world, it will move towards death. The more completely a life exchanges energy with the external world, the more vibrant it becomes. The more closed off a life is, the more lacking in vitality it becomes, and the more it tends towards rigidity and ultimately death. Conversely, the more open a life is, the more vibrant it becomes, and the closer it gets to longevity. The condition of life is similar to the state of a nation. The more open and inclusive a nation is, the more it tends towards civilization and development. The more closed and exclusive a nation is, the more it tends towards ignorance and backwardness. Just look at which nations in the world are civilized and developed, and which are backward and barbaric, and you'll draw your own conclusions. Once we understand the relationship between a life and the external world, we understand how to cherish life. The key to cherishing life is to maintain the most open and unobstructed relationship with the external world to the greatest extent possible. What is the primary symptom of depression? The answer is fear of contact and communication with others, even refusing to interact with them and closing oneself off. If you can find a lively, intelligent, and wise person, preventing them from interacting with the outside world, from talking to people, from reading, watching TV, or surfing the internet, and even from experiencing nature. Keeping them locked in a room for 3 or 5 years, what will happen to that person? They will become fools, walking corpses, or even go insane and die. Therefore, for a person, as a life, the contact, communication, and interaction with the outside world directly affect the strength and longevity of life. So, I ask, why do some elderly farmers living in remote and backward villages have very limited contact with the outside world but still live healthy and long lives? Why do some white-collar workers living in big cities, who are exposed to almost unlimited external information every day, still feel depressed and have short lives? The answer lies in the level of stress in life. Low stress tends to lead to relatively good health and longevity, while high stress tends to lead to weakness and a short life. This is not directly related to the exchange of information with the outside world, but is a different topic from the theme of this article. From the perspective of the three laws of thermodynamics, energy is conserved, but it undergoes transformation. In the process of transformation, some energy is inevitably wasted and cannot be reused. This concept is called entropy. In this way, it can be observed that in an isolated system, the entropy value will increase, which means that the amount of energy wasted and no longer usable will increase. Eventually, the entire system will collapse without flow or exchange of energy, and as a life, it will also end its journey. Preventing the increase of entropy is the most effective way to cherish life. So, how do we mitigate the increase of entropy? An effective method to prevent the increase of entropy is to introduce negative entropy into the system, also known as absorbing negative entropy. So, what is negative entropy? Anything that can counteract the increase of entropy in a system, whether material, mental, or spiritual energy, can be called negative entropy. Let's illustrate with examples. If a person wants to commit suicide due to a failed relationship, it means that their entropy has increased to the point of collapse. At this point, saying anything comforting may not be very effective. The most effective solution is to provide negative entropy, which means introducing a more attractive person into their life for them to fall in love with again. In this way, the negative entropy counteracts the original increase in entropy, and their emotional world returns to its original state. Another example. If a person loses faith in life due to financial difficulties, any comforting words may not be very effective. However, giving them money directly can restore their confidence in life. If a puddle of water is not replenished with fresh water, it will soon become stagnant and foul. However, if fresh water is constantly added, allowing the stagnant portion of the water to flow away, the puddle will remain pure and not dry up for a long time. The fresh water added to the puddle is like taking in negative entropy. In fact, the principle is the same as the process of eating, drinking, and excreting every day. Various phenomena indicate that to maintain vitality and longevity, we must absorb more negative entropy from the external environment. This principle tells us that the life force, vitality, and longevity of the Life Genuine members will definitely surpass those of others because Life Genuine members have broken away from the traditional mindset and lifestyle with high entropy values, directly breaking the rigid and lifeless life routines and adopting a brand new mindset and lifestyle with negative entropy. This is like reformatting a computer nearing crash and installing new software, rejuvenating it. Therefore, when a system becomes stagnant and lacks vitality, causing disappointment or even despair, it must be replaced by a completely new system. Otherwise, the system will undoubtedly perish. This holds true for nations, ethnicities, political and religious organizations, as well as any enterprise or diverse group. Individuals are no exception. Therefore, it is crucial to participating in continuous learning and exploration, to venture out and welcome others in, to maintain an open mind and an open soul, to engage in meaningful communication with others, especially those whose perspectives differ from our own. We must avoid closing ourselves off, constantly discard our past knowledge and experiences, never assuming we are always right. By remaining open-minded, we can embrace diverse perspectives, constantly restrain the increase of entropy, and move towards a state akin to heaven. 天堂之路, the road to heaven. Dayform Buddha. February 18, 2024. If you have never been to heaven, never seen heaven, and do not know about heaven, you can learn about the second home created by Life Genuine. The second home is not heaven, but it is close to heaven. Knowing the second home is akin to knowing there is a heaven. If you cannot understand heaven through the second home, then you can perceive heaven through the people you interact with. If the people you interact with always bring you happiness, joy, freedom, and bliss, then you should know that heaven exists. Whether one can go to heaven has nothing to do with social status and power, wealth, ability, wisdom, age, knowledge, education, reputation, appearance, parents, what great achievements one has made in human society, what religion, political party, or group one has joined, how many churches, temples, lecture halls, Taoist temples, mosques one has built, the family and environment one was born into, how many incense sticks were burned, or how many times one kowtowed, how many good deeds one has done and how many lives one has saved, how much suffering one has endured and how much bliss one has enjoyed, how much teachings of gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints one has spread, how much merit one has, how many masters and disciples one has, which God, Buddha, celestial, saint one follows, and even more so. It has nothing to do with what one believes in or does not believe in, and whether one is devout or not. Whether one can go to heaven has only one standard, that is, your quality of life must match the quality of life in heaven. The quality of life in heaven is very simple and pure, that is, unselfishness and selflessness. That is to say, once one achieves unselfishness and selflessness, one is the life needed by heaven. No matter when one dies, whether at 3 years old, 30 years old, or 300 years old, no matter how one dies, whether from starvation, burning, collision, illness, murder, entrapment, or natural causes, one can go to heaven after death. If you want to go to heaven, you must achieve unselfishness and selflessness. How can one achieve unselfishness and selflessness? One needs to repay debts, end worldly ties, make formless alms, and perfect and beautify the non-material structure of one's life. I want to liberate all beings. Don't think so. No beings need you to liberate, you are liberating yourself. Liberating oneself is liberating all beings. I want to save all beings. Don't think so. No beings need your saving, you are saving yourself. Saving oneself is saving all beings. I am helping others. Don't think so. Others don't need your help, you are helping yourself. All this is for your good. Don't think so. You don't know what is good and what is bad. What you think is good may be bad. What you think is bad may be good. If you are entangled in worldly ties, you cannot go to heaven. If you have debts, you cannot go to heaven. If your non-material structure of life is not perfect, you cannot go to heaven. In an environment composed of money, power, class, family, and country, it is very difficult to achieve unselfishness and selflessness. It can even be said that it is almost impossible. So in a secular environment, it is very difficult to find a selfless and egoless person, almost impossible to find. If you want to go to heaven, you must achieve unselfishness and selflessness. To achieve unselfishness and selflessness, the best place to practice and cultivate at present is the second home created by Life Genuine. If you cannot achieve unselfishness and selflessness, then don't harbor the improper thought of going to heaven. Instead, without any distinction between true and false, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, kind and bad, just accept the cycle of reincarnation in the middle and lower realms of life. This life as a human, the next life as a dog, the next life as a pig, and the next life as a human again, reincarnating endlessly. Experience the sweetness, bitterness, sourness, and spiciness of life, as well as the joys and sorrows, and the inevitability of birth, aging, sickness, and death of various lives. This life does not know the affairs of the past life, coming and going in confusion, which is also a good choice. 生命的跃升需要脱胎换骨. The leap of life requires rebirth. Xiefeng, July 22, 2024. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The transition from human to celestial being is a significant leap in life, a transformation from one form to another, requiring a complete rebirth. What is rebirth? A butterfly emerges from a caterpillar. This transformation from caterpillar to butterfly is a form of rebirth, a leap in life. Recently, I was amazed to discover a phenomenon. Some dandelions in the resort area of the Life-Ichanuan International family in North America have transformed into plantains. This is almost unimaginable, especially along the roads leading to the independent cabins, where most of the dandelions have become plantains. This is a natural wonder and an enlightenment from the Tao. The resort area of Life-Ichanuan is filled with dandelions, densely covering the grass and slopes. When they bloom, the ground is covered in a golden hue, which is quite beautiful. However, once the golden flowers turn into white fluffs, these parachute-like seeds fly everywhere with the wind, covering the screen windows and becoming quite a nuisance. Recently, I visited Bella Coola and noticed that within an hour's drive around the area, there was not a single dandelion. I thought, how wonderful it would be if our resort area had no dandelions. Interestingly, a small number of dandelions in the resort have transformed, undergoing a rebirth, and become plantains. I like plantains not only because their seeds can be used as medicine, but also because their leaves can be eaten as vegetables. When I was a child, I often dug up plantains in the spring to make pickles. A caterpillar that crawls on the ground undergoes a rebirth to become a butterfly, fluttering among the blooming flowers. Dandelions undergo a rebirth to become the more valuable and likable plantains. These phenomena teach us that humans can undergo a rebirth to become celestial beings. Any life that undergoes a rebirth is making a significant leap. For humans to achieve a rebirth and become celestial beings, they need to follow 6 words: unselfishness, selflessness, and non-attachment. Having selfishness, ego, and attachment is human nature. Being unselfish, selfless, and non-attached is celestial nature. Once a person reaches the state of unselfishness, selflessness, and non-attachment, they undergo a rebirth, much like a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly or a dandelion into a plantain. They can then go to the celestial realm and enjoy the life of a celestial being. Even on Earth, a person who is unselfish, selfless, and non-attached already lives a celestial life, not a human life. The current state of many Chanyuan celestials can prove this. Prologue. Xiefeng, March 3, 2020. Translated by Treasure. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality at its essence and whose manifestations are varied and ever-changing, from microbial bacteria to insects, from plants and animals to humans, from goblins, devils, monsters, and ghosts to gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints, and from some mysterious cosmic objects to the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. They are all lives. Both the material world and the non-material world are the spaces for lives' activities. Lives exist in fire, the frozen world, stone, and in the deep blue sea. Some lives are tangible. Lots of them are invisible. Some live in hell, some live on a planet or celestial body, and some live in heaven. Lives can be defined as being born from eggs, wombs, changes of humidity, or by transformation or separation. But in the final analysis, they have all been created. All of their ancestors were created, their programs were set, and all of their offspring were born according to their programs. Those born from eggs and wombs can reproduce naturally as long as their environments, especially temperature and humidity, are appropriate. Those born from humidity or transformation will come out automatically in large numbers, such as plants and parasitic lice on human bodies. But when the environments change, they go extinct quickly. Lives are hierarchical, including low-level, intermediate-level, and high-level ones. The lower its level is, the greater its quantity is. The higher its level is, the less its quantity is. Some are tangible, some are invisible. The greater its energy level is, the less visible it is. The smaller its energy is, the more tangible it is. Tangible lives are uneasy to change, but intangible ones are able to change at will. Tangible lives consist of physical bodies and spiritual entities. Their physical bodies carry their spiritual entities, while the latter master the former. Just as with running cars, the cars are as bodies and the people driving them are their spiritual entities. Lives born from eggs and wombs never die because their so-called deaths only kill their physical carriers, but their spiritual entities always leave their bodies to move on to their next journeys, such as in humans. Human deaths only mean that human bodies have fulfilled their missions and have returned to dust. Their real lives will either ascend to heaven, return to the mortal world, reincarnate as animals or livestock, or fall into hell. Lives born from humidity or transformations will perish thoroughly once they die. Humans represent intermediate lives of all lives, which are tangible lives. Some life forms are superior to humans, such as the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator, such as gods, Buddhas, celestials, devils, goblins, spirits. Of course, there are many lives lower than humans, such as wild and domestic animals, plants, microbes, and so on. Life forms can change, but whether they do so or not depend on their non-material structures. As their structures change, their forms change. If their structures remain unchanged, then so do their forms. This raises a very serious consideration for us. By being careless, human life structures can degrade to those of animals such as dogs and pigs, but by being careful, those same human life structures can elevate to those of goblins, spirits, celestial beings, or Buddhas. Once born into this mortal world, humans change every day. How one changes depends on their consciousness, and what one eventually changes into depends on the state of their immediate, pre-death consciousness. If one possesses a celestial's consciousness at that moment, then they will go to the fairyland world. A human consciousness, they will return to the human world. In an animal's consciousness, they will fall to the animal world. Human lives are not easy to attain, and their survival is hard. We need to rank the study and exploration of life's mysteries as our highest priority. Those who regard money, power, status, reputation, and beauty as their highest priorities cannot unseal their spiritual perception and will remain ignorant and confused forever. It is only by unsealing one's spiritual perception that they can understand the mysteries of life, and only by understanding those mysteries can one transcend to a higher life space. There are 8 mysteries on life, and those whose spiritual perceptions have been unsealed need to explore and seek. Note: definition of life and life. Life is a non-material structure with spiritual sense. Life is 1 plus 1. Life is composed of 2 parts, the intangible spiritual entity and the tangible body. The intangible spiritual entity mainly refers to the thought, consciousness, spirit, and soul, and etc. The tangible body mainly refers to the full flesh body where the soul is attached. Life. Life is just a journey of life in this world. The traveler is issued a single-entry visa with the traveling dates specified. The origin of life. Xiefeng. August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. Definition of life. Before we can discuss the origin of life, we must understand first what it is, or we will not be able to explore its origin. Today, although the scientists who are discussing life may not be as plentiful as the hairs on an ox, at least their number is very large. When we enter words such as life, life study, origin of life, and life exploration into any search engine, we will find a wide field of life exploration articles from which we can gain an idea of the various research theories and achievements discussed by life scientists. Unfortunately, all life scientists just make fusses over their interpretations of it because none of them understand its real essence. Only Christopher Langton, an artificial life theorist at the United States Los Alamos National Laboratory, in his publication, Artificial Life, initiated some introductory wisdom about the life exploration area. Some of his opinions broke through the limitations of traditional thinking patterns and took a small step toward understanding the cognition of life. For example, the essence of life lies not in its substance, but in its form. Then what on earth is life? Life is a non-material structure with spirituality. All substances are not life, but they can be carriers of life. As with a person's watch, car, house, and clothes, none of these are part of the person, but appendages and adornments of their life, and we cannot learn about them by simply relying on their appendages and adornments, nor can we know them by their age, appearance, height, weight, or other characteristics because all of these just show the material structure of their life carrier. It is very hard to understand non-material structures because they depend on our spiritual perceptions completely. They require extraordinarily sensitive spiritual perception to be seen. If one's spiritual perception is dull, it would be imperceptible in any way, but this does not mean that there is no way to understand it. I will give an example and hope it will inspire you to draw an analogy. As I send a fax from Harare, Zimbabwe, to my friend in Washington, D.C., His fax machine receives it almost immediately. The contents that he receives are nearly identical to what I had sent. My handwriting, the shape of the characters, and the line spacing are unaltered by his fax machine. However, the original copy is still with me and I can toss it into a waste paper basket as rubbish because it has accomplished its mission and has conveyed its message, soul, to my friend in America. Let us analyze what has happened. The origin copy never left my room, but my friend received the fax instantly, and only the paper and ink, the carrier of the information, has changed. How do you explain this? The fax machine used the photoelectric principle to transfer the information into audio signals and sent them through an electric cable to a communications central office, which transmitted them to a satellite uplink transmitter. A satellite received and retransmitted them. Then the information was received by a satellite downlink receiver, sent to another central office, and finally sent it through another electric cable to my friend's fax machine, which restored the information from audio signals into words and images. In this way, the soul of my original copy was sent to my friend. Here, we mainly focused on the audio signals, which are a kind of materials rather than non-material. However, they have their own characteristic structures which differ from other audio signals, such as their frequency, wavelength. If the structure has consciousness, then it will be a non-material one. When microscopic particle tends to be infinitesimal, it will not exist or move in the form of particles, and it will become a string, or even a superstring. Superstring is a non-material structure. In this sense, the essence of life lies in non-material structures rather than the carriers of life material. The essence of life is formless. Who can tell the form, color, or weight of life? When referring to humans, dogs, vegetation, insects, and bacteria as life, we are literally talking about the expressions of their life forms rather than their essences of life. The forms of life are exceedingly strange and various, but the essence of life is unitary. Life has spirituality. Life cannot exist without it. Living people can walk, talk, breathe, eat, drink, and blink their eyes, but only until they die and their bodies lose their spirituality. Can we call a cadaver with no spirituality a human? Of course not. Thus, flesh is life when it has spirituality, but it is just a cadaver after it loses it. A stone can be called a life when it has spirituality, but it is only an aggregate of material elements after it loses it. A tree can be called a life when it has spirituality, but it is only a piece of wood after it loses it. A car can be called a life when it has spirituality, but it is only a heap of waste iron after it loses it. A statue can be called a life when it has spirituality, but it is only a heap of dried mud, plaster, or metal after it loses it. Any material object might be a life, or may only be an aggregate of material elements, depending on whether it has spirituality at the particular temporal time and space. Life is a non-material structure rather than a material one. Every material has a structure, even if it is only a molecule, an atom, a particle, or a string. As long as it is material, it will have a structure or particulate sequence. However, the structure of a material does not imply that it has life. A cup may have a structure, but it is not a life unless it has spirituality. What are non-material structures? I ranked the non-material briefly when I talked about the negative universe in describing the universe. They include time, space, thinking, consciousness, mind, spirit, beliefs, order, spell, dharma, and soul. These are all non-material. Do non-material entities have structures? Yes, they do. Spells used in witchcraft are structures. Prayers in Christianity and Islam are structures. Lections read by Buddhists from their hearts and mouths have structures. Everybody's thinking are structures. The order of the universe, the law of physical movements, and progressive developments through time are structures too. All non-material forms have their own given structures, but this does not mean that all non-materials are lives. Only when the non-material structure has spirituality is it a life. Is a vegetative person a life or not? No, they are not a life until the non-material structure with spirituality returns to their flesh. Is a person who is sleeping and dreaming a life or not? No, they are not a life until their consciousness returns to their flesh. It may be hard to accept this. Obviously, the people are still breathing. Their hearts are still beating. Their bodies are still warm. How can you say that they are not lives? Indeed, That is exactly what I am saying. If a car's engine is working with its headlights shining, maintaining a normal temperature, water circulating, and fuel burning, can we then say that the car is alive? If a pot of water is boiling on the stove with steam and with the possibility of scalding people, can we say that the pot of water is alive? We see people talk, run, eat, drink, and play in movies or on television. Are they lives? A great river is flowing, running, and crying. Is it alive? The moon moves around the Earth at full speed and moves the Earth's ocean tides. But is the moon alive? Everything in the universe may or may not be alive. Whether it is or not depends on whether it has non-material structure with spirituality at that moment. We just talked about the essence of life, which is the same as the software in a computer. A software program can only perform its function when it enters into a computer's hardware, otherwise its program will not work. It is very hard to understand the essence of life. It sounds as if I am talking about something that is only in my imagination. So let me level down the meaning of life to a lower degree and analyze and interpret it from this presentation of life. Sakyamuni, who possessed Buddha eyes, defined life as born from eggs, wombs, humidity, or by transformation, with or without form, either thoughtful or thoughtless, and neither thoughtful nor thoughtless. And this definition includes all life forms in the universe. The life forms born from eggs, wombs, and humidity can be seen everywhere on the earth, and they are easy to understand. What is life born by transformation? Every life with water, appropriate temperature, humidity, and that is formed naturally, belongs to the category of transformation. The huge numbers of microorganisms and various bacteria are all transformations. The life that can be seen through human eyes refers to the life which has physical forms. Every life that we see in the world is the life that can be seen through human eyes. What life cannot be seen by human eyes? This refers to the life which exists without any physical form, such as the life in heaven, life in the Elysium world, life in netherworld, life in the frozen and inflamed layers, and so forth. Thoughtful life refers to life with self-consciousness. Thoughtless life refers to life without self-consciousness, such as plants without flowers or fruits, and nearly all gemstones. Either thoughtful or thoughtless life refers to life that appear to lack consciousness, such as the earth, the sea, thunder, wind, clouds, rain, snow, and so on, but actually can have great wisdom. Neither thoughtful nor thoughtless life is superior. That which normal lives regard as 1,000 years is only a moment to super celestial beings and Buddha in supreme life space. There is, however, one superior life which exists on a holographic level only and has no physical form. This is the unique, greatest creator. It would take hundreds of years to comprehensively analyze all the life forms, but I will use humans as an example for which to interpret life. Life is 1 plus 1 is equal to 1. Life consists of two parts, a formless spiritual entity and a tangible object. The formless spiritual entity refers mainly to consciousness, thinking, spirit, inspiration, mind, and mindfulness, which are collectively called the soul. The tangible object refers mainly to the body to which the soul is attached, such as a person's flesh. A person is alive because he has consciousness, thinking, spirit, and some invisible and impalpable psychological activities, as well as a soul-attached body, such as the 5 sense organs and the 7 apertures in the human head, internal organs of body, trunk and limbs, skin and hair, nerve and blood, and so on. If a person is insensitive to burning when they put their hand into boiling water, to the pain of a thorn sticking into their skin, to the coldness of an icehouse, to the flavors of food, to starvation when they have not eaten for too long, to danger, to love and hate, to changing surroundings, or to anxiety and fear, then they are without a soul. Such a person does not exist at all. Although a vegetative person is still a person medically speaking, their souls have left their body and roamed into a space tunnel. Because of the maladjustment of the body, their soul cannot attach to its flesh effectively, and their thinking and consciousness cannot express themselves effectively. If we massage constantly at a certain acupoint of their body or call softly into their ears, we can bring their distant soul back. As the body changes and revives, the unconscious person becomes a normal person with life once again. Once a soul has left its body, that body will lose its vitality of life. As long as a soul stays within a body, that body will never die. Even if you remove a person's heart, drain all their blood, or even decapitate them, their life will still exist and they will not be dead. In the mythic novel, The Legend and the Hero, Prime Minister Baigon's heart was removed by Deji. He did not die right away because his consciousness, thinking, and psychosocial activity were still there. That is to say, his soul was still attached to his body so he could still walk and talk. But he breathed out his life immediately when he heard Deji, who disguised herself as a person selling vegetables, say, "Vegetables without hearts can live, but humans without hearts must die." Why? Because Deji's words sealed off his thinking and compelled his soul to leave his body. When the soul left the body, he was dead. An experiment was once conducted on a prisoner who was condemned to death. A guard explained, "You have been sentenced to be executed immediately. You are to bleed to death, and we expect you to cooperate." They tied him onto a bed with his eyes covered and leaving one arm hanging over the side above an empty bucket beneath it. Then, they pretended to cut his wrist with the dull side of a knife, meanwhile dripping water into the bucket beside the bed. The sound of dripping kept pounding in the prisoner's ears. Over tens of minutes, the continuous dripping noise waned gradually, leaving only the ambient room noise in the air. Then the sound of the dripping disappeared completely. With the disappearance of the dripping sound, he was found to be dead. What made the prisoner die? His wrist was not cut and none of his blood had been shed. What caused this death was conventional thinking. I was sentenced to death. My blood all left me. No one can live without blood. Ergo, I must be dead. As a result, death followed very soon. During China's SARS outbreak, the Sohu News Agency reported this story. In order to find out the source of the SARS virus, government agents went to Guangdong to investigate some restaurants and attached a tracking device to one of the animal traders. One time, this animal trader bought lots of snakes from a market to sell to a restaurant. Because they were very familiar with each other, and the animal trader had nothing to do after his transaction was finished, he decided to help the cook to cut the snakes. As he was cleaning himself at the end, one of his fingers was caught by a snake's head. Although his life was not in danger after prompt medical attention, his finger that was bitten by the snake's head became disabled. We are not going to discuss the source of the SARS virus or the finger of the trader, but our concern is how the dead snake could take revenge and bite the finger of the trader after it had been dead for many hours. It could still take revenge after its body had stopped functioning because its consciousness and psychological activity still existed within its body. It had not died. This case proves that as long as a soul does not leave its body, even if its body is cut into pieces, its life will still be there. Buddhists consecrate tooth relic of the Buddha. People visiting ancestral graves like to burn incense, kowtow, which are regarded as performing conventional activities to express admiration and grief. Wise people understand that tooth relics of the Buddha are actually the whole body of the Buddha. As with a dressing room mirror that is broken into many pieces, you can still find your reflection in any of them. They burn incense and kowtow to their ancestors because they are afraid that their ancestors' souls might still be attached to their bodies, and that if they stop respecting them, then they will feel guilty from bad consciences and will also be afraid of the spells that their ancestors might cast upon them, the ill retribution from them. A mystery of the Egyptian pyramids is that all those who have been involved with the ancient rulers' tombs, regardless of their methods or motives, as long as they dug the tomb of a pharaoh or disturbed the peace of one, would be punished, usually by sudden death. More than 40 archaeologists had died successively. The curator of the Cairo Museum died suddenly after being involved with an Egyptian burial mound and a mummy. Kammerer achieved success by exploring Tutankhamun's tomb and then died of a rare but serious disease. Archaeologist Emery had examined ancient tombs until he became totally paralyzed and died suddenly. Professor Dormethrin entered the tomb to copy the inscriptions and also met a tragic death. Why did these things happen? Because the pharaoh's souls never left their bodies. Pharaohs believed that they would be brought back to life at the proper time. So they went nowhere and waited and guarded, day and night. If people dared to disturb them at any time, they would punish them. Once encountering a tomb whose soul has not left its body, most tomb robbers will suffer serious illness and die suddenly, while the rest might lose their families at least. Let us view some scenes in many movie stories. At the life and death fighting moment, although some people were killed obviously, they could struggle to fight at a crucial moment and killed their opponents and then died at the same moments. Why? The reason is the same as with the snake's head bite. Cancer, leukocythemia, AIDS, SARS, and other diseases kill people's thinking and consciousnesses first and then kill their bodies. People know that their likelihood of surviving from any of these incurable diseases is very slim once they contract them, so their consciousnesses collapse first. The collapse of their defense line will inevitably lead to overall weakness and a maladjustment of the body, which in turn further strengthens their acceptance of death, and only it awaits them in the end. Some wealthy people like to be examined regularly. They believe that if they diagnose a disease in its early stage while it is still curable, then they will be more able to survive it, but they do not appreciate the danger of this. If their examination report shows a healthy body, then everything is okay. Unfortunately, however, should an incurable disease be discovered, they could be digging their own grave. In fact, people's bodies have self-defenses with disease-fighting functions. Many diseases just come and go. They occur silently and disappear equally silently. Those who simply ignore them often go on with their lives without even knowing about them, but once they are discovered and taken seriously, they tangle their victims relentlessly till the end. There was a case at a Chinese hospital where two patients' examination reports were exchanged accidentally. Sadly, the one who was not too sick snuck into his doctor's office where the case reports were stored and found the wrong case report with his name on it. At the sight of his report, he felt dizzy and chilled instantly, struggled back to his ward, and totally collapsed because his examination report said terminal cancer. Meanwhile, the sister of the patient who actually did suffer from terminal cancer also snuck into the office to check her brother's condition. She was wild with joy when she saw that her brother's report said normal. She took it out happily and brought it to her brother. As soon as he read it, he could suddenly sit up and exclaimed, "These doctors are jerks. They only want my money. Let's go home." He held his sister's hand and left the hospital cheerfully like a healthy man without even checking out. The importance of consciousness, thinking, and psychological activities, souls, are fundamental. They prove that the deaths of living creatures means the death of their souls first of all. The deaths of their fleshes are caused by the deaths of their consciousness, thinking, and psychological activities, which represent exactly their souls. People who die out of shame, fear, or anger are actually killed by their own souls. A shameless person never dies from shame. A courageous one never dies from fear, and a tolerant and broad-minded individual never dies from anger. Seth said, "Physiological symptoms are communications from the inner self which indicate that we are making mental errors of one kind or another, and such is the case. When our consciousness, thinking, and psychological activities are functioning abnormally, our bodies become dysfunctional and maladjusted, which is the reason why so many people need to self-refine." Taoists are second to none when it comes to talking about good health and long life. One who seeks Tao can most easily cast off their worldly involvements and treat their life from a higher level. When their self-refinement makes their consciousness, thinking, and psychological activities realize that as long as there is a soul, there is a life, then they are able to become celestial beings. Buddhists' understanding of life is at a higher realm because they understand that although souls consist of consciousness, thinking, spirit, and psychological activities, there cannot be a life without a physical carrier body, but they can attach themselves to other objects to form other new lives. Souls can go to the Elysium world directly and enjoy the supreme pleasure of life when self-refinement reaches a profound level by ridding themselves of the constraints of normal thinking completely. By supreme self-refinement, I mean self-refinement of consciousness and thinking. The self-refinement which aims towards supernatural power is at a lower level. Eminent Buddhist monks never take supernatural power seriously. However, many things grow in gardens that were never sown. Jesus and Sakyamuni considered how to save all living creatures. Yet in the end, both of them obtained supreme supernatural power. In postscript, I have written, "Unbearable cold surpassed the human world. Infinite day on Balakia Island. Scatter a handful of sand and thousands of trees will appear." The part that says, "scatter a handful of sand and thousands of trees will appear," is a supernatural power, a magical power, yet it is never easy to obtain it. Journey to the West, herein called Journey, is regarded as a nonsense mythological novel by ordinary people. In fact, it really is not. Author Wu Qingyin was an eminent Dharma monk who came from India to China and faced the wall for 9 years. In order to help people to understand Buddhist theory and Buddhist scriptures and to relieve their souls from suffering, he promoted Dharma in the form of accessible stories by writing fictional accounts based upon profound Buddhist theory. Ordinary people may regard Journey as mythological, but with Dharma eyes, it becomes very real. I used Journey as an example of how, when you refine yourself to higher levels, you will understand the many meanings of life and the enormous functions of the mind to life. The whole story of Journey was to enlighten its readers. Connoisseurs know knowledge. Lay people like jollification. Sakya picked a flower and Kassapa smiled. Only by reaching a level of telepathy can you resonate with each other spiritually and smile. The Monkey King in Journey traveled thousands of miles to pursue Tao. In the end, he arrived at Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave in Jambudvipa, the Celestial Islands continent, sought Bodhi Patriarch as his master, and finally received the secret of longevity, learned the supernatural power of 72 different forms, and of mounting the clouds and riding the mist. The whole process is enlightenment to humans. It teaches us that if we want to sublimate the meaning of life, then we must cast off all our worldly ties. The birth of Monkey King from rocks tells us that it is only by disassociating from our families and affections in our conscious thinking and psychological activity, and by ridding of all our constraints that we can gain the chance to advance to the supreme life space. If we merely consider being patriotic, upholding the honor of our ancestors, and other worldly affairs, then we will stay at the same mortal level forever. It informs us that once we determine to pursue Tao, we must overcome all hardships and be very persistent, just as Sakyamuni sitting under the Bodhi tree would not rise until he was enlightened. This is the only way. It enlightens us learn that no trees can bear ginseng fruit on the earth. Well then, where is the Wuzhuang temple? It is definitely not in the mortal world. In this sense, we must expand our view of thinking into the vast universe, surpass the limitations of space and time, and enter into another space to discover the mysteries of life in the distant heaven. Wukong's master wanted him to learn the knowledge of art, circulation, and movement. Wukong asked, "Will this knowledge make me immortal?" Master replied, "No," and Wukong said over and over again, "Then, I don't want to learn these three skills." This tells us that profound knowledge does not exist in these three types of knowledge, which are actually different levels of supernatural powers. If we restrict our thinking and consciousness to the level of art, we will never arrive at the other side of life. Wukong's refinement at Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave was actually that he had uplifted himself with the knowledge of the soul, including thinking, consciousness, spirit, and psychological activities. When we grasp the secrets of soul and life, then 72 different forms, or even 1,000 kind of transformations, are not difficult. It is not fanciful to mount the clouds and ride the mist, or rise to heaven and fall to earth. Speaking of mounting the clouds and riding the mist, people often regard this as a thinking fantasy and talking idiotic nonsense, but in fact when we let go of our consciousness and expand our thinking, then we will find that it is a very common life phenomenon in another space and time. Consider astronauts in spacecraft and consider the footprints left by those who flew to the moon. Then suppose that the moon is smaller than its actual size. Half its size, 1/3 its size, down to a sphere as small as a football field. In these cases, could people have flown there? Or suppose the size of the Earth remains, but its weight is reduced to 5 metric tons. Could you then mount the clouds and ride the mist? Then, suppose that your weight is not 70 kilograms, but 20, 10, or 1 kilogram, or 1 gram, or even as light as a feather. Could you then mount the clouds and ride the mist? You should know that the spiritual entity, soul, which constructs life is weightless. Without a spiritual entity, soul, there is no life, but without material form, there is no life either. Life requires both. Life is 1 plus 1 is equal to 1. Not 1 is equal to 1 and not 0 plus 1 is equal to 1. Spiritual entities can exist alone, and material objects can exist alone. When spiritual entities and material objects exist separately, there is no life. It is only when the two are combined together that life generates. Just as with hydrogen and oxygen atoms, it is only when the two are combined together that water forms. Like cloud clusters with positive and negative charges, it is only when the two meet with each other that lightning and thunder will be generated. Souls can accomplish their functions only when they are attached to material objects. Souls can not only be attached to the bodies of humans and animals, but also to plants, rocks, houses, storms, rivers, ponds, cars, TVs, and any other things. There are lots of examples in the Bible. Many prophets have made incredible though obscure prophecies after having been possessed by spirits from supreme life space. Jesus cured many sick people who were possessed by evil spirits. There are countless records and instances of being possessed by souls or haunted by ghosts at all times and all throughout the world. Seth conveyed information of life to common people through an attachment to an American woman. There are many examples of souls becoming attached to lightning. Here are two examples. In 1899, a man was struck dead by lightning in his courtyard. 30 years later, his son was killed in the same way and at the same place. On October 8, 1949, his grandson was struck dead by lightning in the same courtyard. 3 generations were struck dead by lightning in the same place. These phenomena are clearly a spirit's revenge through the use of lightning. In 1918, a Canadian major, St. Mary May Ford, was struck by lightning. The same thing happened to him in 1924 and he became partially paralyzed, and again in 1930, and he became fully paralyzed. He died 2 years later, but his tomb was struck into pieces by lightning in June 1934. An article compiled by Shaoya is a perfect example of a soul attached to a car. The car was of a German make with 6 seats and it embodied excellent performance, luxury, and style, yet it earned the nickname of a killing monster because during its years on the road, it killed 18 people, injured 7 others, and also led to the outbreak of the Great World War. The first incident occurred on June 28, 1914, when the Crown Prince of Austria and his princess were assassinated while inside of it. This became the spark that ignited the Great World War. The second time, it killed a queen and her friends riding in it. The third time, it killed Austria's 5th Division General Commander. The fourth time was the advisor to the general captain who not only smashed his head into the front, but also killed 2 farmers walking on the road. The 5th time was after the Great World War broke and another county's head of state inherited this car. He had 4 traffic accidents within 4 months, his backbone was broken, and he was permanently handicapped. The car was later owned or ridden by Dr. Kusakith, then a jeweler, a Swiss car racer, a farmer and his workers, as well as Tabor as a taxi, and his 6 friends, respectively. None of them escaped from this car's horrible karma. Finally, it was blasted into pieces by an Allied bomber during the Second World War and completely disappeared from the world without a single piece ever being recovered. Were these accidents or coincidences? I infer that the artisan who made this car was ill-treated and his soul had become attached to it, so that he was able to foster a series of tragedies after his death to comfort his injured soul. We know that some wooden houses can make creaky sounds late at night. The reasons are not from thermal contraction or from wood breaking, but rather because the carpenters building them had been ill-treated and deprived of their due compensations. For this reason, they are angry and their souls often visit the houses to show their indignation after their deaths. Whenever there is unevenness, there will be sounds and shocks. All uprisings, rebellions, disasters, assassinations, and revolts throughout human history, even earthquakes, fires, and floods, are the results of indignated souls. There are plenty of cases of souls that have been attached to cars, boats, buildings, trees, flowers, and even grass. These are not difficult to find in historical records. In short, life is 1 + 1 is equal to 1. Flesh without a spiritual entity is a corpse, and we cannot regard a corpse as a life. In the same way, a spiritual entity without flesh is a soul, and neither can we regard this invisible wave as life. Knowing what life is, we shall now discuss its origin. We have learned about the origin of the highest life in the universe, the greatest creator in time, space, and the universe. We have learned the origin of supreme space life and the origin of human beings from humanity and human life. Now let us consider the origin of tangible life on Earth. There are many ideas about the origins of life on Earth. Some are that it originated from lipid molecules, from RNA, from the proto-ocean, from Venus, from deep-sea vents, from volcanoes on the Earth, from outer space, that comets with water hit the Earth which began it, and still others say from Earth slides or lightning or from any of numerous other suggestions. Most of these explanations listed above are reasonable because metaplastic lives, microorganisms, and fungi are generated from the land, oceans, deep-sea vents, and volcanic zones, and not only in these special areas above, but also from soil air, the dead bodies of plants and animals, rivers, ponds, and rubbish heaps. Trillions of them form and die daily, regardless of what the weather conditions are, and as long as the environmental conditions keep changing, new species will be generated. It can be said that the growth of populations, pollution of the environment, aggravation of the greenhouse effect, and the expansion of the hole in the ozonosphere will generate the new species, even in new bacteria expanding in large scales. Vast amounts of new bacteria may stop the ecology from worsening further, or they may lead to great disasters and plagues for humanity, perhaps much worse than even Europe's Black Death in the late Middle Ages. Unlike the SARS transmitting among humans, it may contaminate millions of people simultaneously. Besides metaplastic life, hygroculous life can randomly generate from within the Earth. As long as there is water, the molecular structure of soil will change and generate new life. Moss, lichen, and grasses are generated thusly. Let us focus on animals, insects, trees, and flowers, and see what the origins of these life forms are. Before we continue, please reread The Greatest Creator of Life Genuine. It will be very difficult to understand the origin of life if you do not read this book first, for it is only when we recognize the greatest creator's position properly as the highest life in the universe that will we be able to clearly understand the origin of life. The universe did not start with a big bang. Today's galaxies and star systems are different from those of antiquity. Every heavenly body and galaxy in the universe has its own origin and function. As we know from fundamental physical knowledge, the total amount of energy in the universe is fixed and never varies, and perpetual motion machines are unreal. Inevitably, the motion of the moon, the Earth, and the stars need to be powered by some force. But where does the primordial motive power come from? You might have a large pile of tiles, cement, and wood, but they cannot build a house without being designed and arranged by people, not to mention the intricacy of celestial bodies spinning around each other at high speeds. They could never construct star systems by themselves. Our solar system came into being 4.5 billion years ago due to extended painstaking efforts of the greatest creator, gods, and celestial beings. The Earth was the first one formed in our solar system. Although astronomers believe that the history of the Sun is longer than that of the Earth, this does not mean that the Sun was the first body in the solar system. We all know that black holes populate the universe. Some scientists believe that black holes are magnetic vortices caused by the gravitation between two or more celestial bodies passing by each other, just as with a typhoon and a tornado. But this cannot be true because black holes are aggregates of high-energy matter. The more energy they have, the less tangible they will be. Great form has no contour. We may compare black holes to batches of covered dough from which a cook has removed one piece according to his need for making a meal. The black hole is exactly that covered dough while the Earth is that small piece which has been removed, and the greatest creator and his assistants, gods, are the cook who has removed the small piece. After the emergence of the Earth, the Sun was moved from somewhere. In order to make the Earth rotate around the Sun constantly, additional planets were added to the solar system. Therefore, the entire solar system exists to serve the Earth. This means that humans exist on the Earth, but they cannot exist on other planets of the solar system. After arranging the solar system, the gods sent down hundreds of millions of angels, super celestial beings, to terraform the Earth. Water and the atmosphere were designed and created, and the combination of water, air, sunlight, and soil produced a large biomass of metaplastic microbes and hygroculous grasses on the Earth. Then the super celestial beings began to build pyramids. These were not the pyramids in Egypt, but ones that spread along the 30 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude in the ocean beds of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. They served as laboratories for developing life on Earth because they could gather effectively the special energy of the sun to speed up its growth and development. Super celestial beings designed and created most of the insects, all trees and flowers, and all herbivores on Earth today from within the pyramids, and then transported these lives to every part of the Earth by advanced aircraft. The whole process lasted slightly more than 1 billion years. In the process of creating animals, celestial beings found that water needed to be brought inland for the plants and animals to spread across the Earth. Therefore, they opened a mind to build a space station and constructed what we now see as the Moon by using metals from the Earth. With the Moon, the Earth became alive, not only bringing an ebb and flow, wind, clouds, snow, and rain, but also illuminating the night. After more than 1 billion years of creation, the Earth morphed into a beautiful, rich, and prosperous paradise. It was a nearly perfect replica of the 10,000-year world. Super celestial beings, we can call them advanced intelligent people, were very pleased with the Earth that they had made and did not want to leave it. But they had to do so in order to avoid the jealousy that was forming in other people. To protect their creation secrets, they dropped all the pyramids to the bottom of the oceans. The beautiful continent of Atlantis disappeared forever. As for the origins of other insects, carnivores, dinosaurs, and humans, please refer to Humanity and Human Life of Life Genuine. We can conclude that apart from the lives of Metaplasia and Humidogene, all other species on Earth were designed and created separately rather than linearly by evolution, just as the tools that we use have been designed and created by people. Although unicycles, bicycles, carts, carriages, cars, and trucks share commonalities with each other, all were designed and created separately by humans. Carriages will always be carriages and can never transform into trucks. Snails will always be snails and can never evolve into farm cattle, and monkeys will always be monkeys and can never evolve into humans. The features of life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. The essence of life is a non-material structure with spirituality. To make life dynamic and expressive, its non-material essence must be embedded within a specific material structure with the help of energy. We will regard the features of life in this sense. There are 8 features of lives on Earth. They have form, consciousness, spirituality, vitality, birth, metabolism, death, transformation. Those things which have these 8 features are lives. Those that do not are not. Let us consider some examples. People are lives because they have forms which are visible, touchable, and occupy space. They have consciousness and are able to respond to changes in their objective material worlds and form ideas by perceiving messages from their eyes, ears, noses, tongues, and bodies, and transforming them into thoughts that guide their words and deeds. They have spirituality, and souls are only its foundations, things such as their yearning for better futures, revering the greatest creator, worshiping gods and Buddha, loving nature, and selfless devotion to humanity are expressions of people's spirituality. They have vitality so they can move, walk, sit, lie, work, and create. They experience birth, whether from their mother's womb or even by being cloned. They have beginnings. They have metabolisms which are illustrated by their processes of birth, childhood, young adulthood, middle-agedness, and old age. They die. Nobody lives forever, and everyone has the same ending, death. They transform. According to the principle of the conservation of matter, human bodies absorb energy as they grow through life, but their flesh is absorbed by microbes after they die and is converted into other energy. From the perspective of eternal spiritual bodies, human spiritual entities are non-material informational structures, and after they die, they enter into the horizontal time domain and begin new rounds of a life cycle in another space-time dimension. Nobody would deny that people are lives, but what about livestock, wild animals, flying birds, and even fish? Needless to say, they are all life and have consciousnesses. Some may have doubts concerning their spirituality and transformations, but in fact, you can find that animals have spirituality if you observe and pay close attention to them. For example, dogs and cats like to win attention. Parrots often imitate sounds. Horses do not commit incest. dolphins play with people. All these phenomena prove the spirituality of animals. In addition, there are stories of animals showing gratitude, the tricks of circus animals, the strange attention-getting courtship rituals of animals, the noble, self-sacrificial spirit showed by some animals to avoid species extermination, and many others, all indicate that animals have spirituality. As for the transformations of animals after death, they only appear in the narrations and descriptions of myths and fictional stories. Humans still do not understand them from the perspective of science, which shows that science has not yet developed to a sufficient level and that human thoughts have not reached the level of such understanding. Why are there fewer and fewer animals and more people on the earth now? In fact, most animals transform into people. By analyzing people's habits, we find that some people are naturally cruel because they have transformed from tigers, wolves, leopards, and other carnivores. Some are timid because they have transformed from small herbivorous prey species. Some are naturally stubborn but loyal and reliable because they have transformed from cattle, sheep, and other livestock. Some are born cunning because they have transformed from foxes. Some are born clever, good at temporizing, and flattering because they have transformed from domestic dogs. Then, what about the insects and microorganisms, henceforth called microbes? Of course, they are lives too. About the spirituality of insects, please read The Entomological Memories, written by the famous French entomologist Henri Fabre. This 10-volume, 400 million word monograph is filled with lively, vivid descriptions about the spirituality of many insects. In fact, if we observe carefully, dung beetles shaping manure into balls to carry home, the tacit teamwork of ants and bees, and the movements and skills of flies mating, we find that insects certainly have spirituality. As for the transformations of insects and microbes after death, they all belong to another space, world. Though insects and microbes are closely related to people, the nature of their lives is extremely different from ours. There are no transformations between them and us. That is, people will not become insects or microbes, nor vice versa. Now let us consider whether plants have spirituality or not. I will start by referring to some instances from an article on the web. Lagerstremia indica plants in the Nan Hua Temple on Tiantai Mountain have leaves and branches that actually swing when people touch them. Mimosa draw their leaves back when they are touched. Dancing grass is so named because it has small leaves that keep dancing after the wind stops blowing. During the war against Japan, a large number of bamboos around China bloomed suicidally. The bamboo would die soon after blooming white flowers. During the late 1980s, after the Jianghuai flood in the spring, the local bamboo also flowered, which predicted the summer floods and proved the local proverb that says, "Floods will come when bamboos bloom flowers." Clivia never bloom around troubled or inharmonious families, but do bloom in advance to announce good news and when happy events coming. Oaks will blow themselves up when loggers come, and carrots will quiver in fear when rabbits enter their fields. Ammeters have shown that tequila plants with palm shapes react to people's psychological feelings and even trace their owners' daily feelings of safety, danger, joy, and anger. If plants that are fond of light are planted in dank places, they become disgruntled and do not grow well, but if ombrophyte are planted in sunny places, they will become frustrated and even die. Some plants release poisonous gases. Evening primrose can make hospital patients with hypertension and heart diseases feel uncomfortable, and some plants can make the people whom they dislike become allergic and fall ill. Grapevines planted next to pine trees do not bear fruit, but ones planted next to elms bear sour fruit. We have found that plants will burst into tears and release angry biowaves when a branch is broken, but will flourish and release joyous biowaves when we water them, fertilize them, care for them, play music for them, and talk to them. Giraffes prefer a particular tree which can release toxic gases within a few minutes after they begin to eat them to force the giraffes to stop eating and go away. In myth novels, plants, especially flowers, possess human-like spirituality, and they are even regarded as fairies descending from the upper world. In short, plants have spirituality. They have languages, emotions, memories, thoughts, induction, and all the features possessed by people. Plants protect us when we cherish them, but punish us when we harm them. Can plants be transformed into other lives after death? Yes. Non-flowering vegetation transforms into microbes. Flowering vegetation transforms into insects. Flowering and fruiting vegetation transform into herbivores. Vegetation does not transform directly into carnivores or people after death. All flowering plants derive from the nimbus of celestial world, and that is where they return directly, so they are not transformed into humans. Grass also has life, but its life, along with insects and others, forms their own life system which does not belong to the system of animals, flowers, trees, human celestial beings, and Buddhas. In other words, people will not be transformed into grass, and vice versa. Nothing but humans, microbes, insects, and other animals, flowers, and trees can be regarded as life. But this does not mean that they lack spirituality. All things have spirituality. Mountains, water, the earth, stones, and especially gems, all have spirituality. Metal and almost everything else has memory. Although these substances possess most of the properties of life, they do not have consciousness and cannot be transformed into other life after they pass on, so they are not within the life category. What about invisible super-celestial beings, Buddha, gods, devils, ghosts, and others who are of the spirit world? They can be seen as life only when they take on physical forms. Without a physical form, they are only spirits. This is why Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and Lao Tzu took human forms when they appeared before us. The people going to the 1,000-year world or the 10,000-year world after death are not spirits, but life, because they will retain physical forms. But in the case of those who become Buddha after death, they have the power to change their forms, so they can exist in the Elysium world as spirits or miraculously transform into any physical form freely and omnipotently. In short, we should distinguish between life and non-life with those 8 features listed above. Anything that has them is life, and anything that does not is not. The meaning of life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. From knowing the origin of life, we shall know the meaning of life. Without the universe, there is no life. Without life, there is no universe. The universe exists for life. Life exists for universe. We construct buildings with the purpose of providing places for various human activities. They would have no value if nobody used them, and they would soon wear out and collapse. But if people do use and maintain them, then they will exist for a long time. If there were no life activities on the Earth, in the solar system, in the Milky Way galaxy, or even in the entire universe, then none of them would have come into being. We are talking the meaning of life from a broad perspective here, but in the narrow sense. The meaning of microbes such as bacteria is to serve the insects and vegetation. The meaning of insects and vegetation is to serve animals. The meaning of animals is to serve people. The meaning of people is to serve celestial beings in the celestial world. The meaning of celestial beings is to serve the gods. The meaning of the gods is to serve the greatest creator. The meaning of the greatest creator is to serve all life forms. All in all, the meaning of life is to serve the greatest creator, and the meaning of the greatest creator is to serve all life forms in the universe. The levels of life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. In terms of the non-material structure of its spirituality, life can be divided into 16 levels. Successively, they are: at the first level, the greatest creator. It possesses perfect non-material structure. Its psychic energy is able to penetrate all material and all spaces without any hindrance. At the second level, gods. It possesses defective non-material structure. Its psychic energy is able to penetrate all materials and most spaces, but cannot enter into the zero world and cannot compete with the greatest creator. At the third level, celestial beings and Buddha. All the celestial beings and Buddha are at the same level of life, and with only racial differences. Based on their magical power, celestial beings can be divided into the following categories: super celestial beings, deity celestial beings, land celestial beings, human celestial beings, ghost celestial beings. The basic features of super celestial beings are: they are not bound by time or space. They can sense subtle changes throughout the universe. They can sense the consciousnesses of the greatest creator and gods, and make rapid responses according to their consciousnesses. They can be visible or invisible, tangible or intangible. They have ever-changing magical powers which allow them to be in thousands of incarnations and exist in different life spaces at the same time. Their base camp is the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world. The basic features of deity celestial beings are: they are unable to change into thousands of incarnations, yet they have magical powers to mount the clouds and ride the mist. They can be invisible and can transform and travel between yin and yang space freely. They need no food supplies and can discern past and future. They can travel billions of miles in the blink of an eye. They dislike living in groups, so they do not have any base camp. They travel everywhere they want and do whatever they like. Except for the zero world and the heaven world, they can travel anywhere, which is the so-called powerful and unconstrained style of independence. The basic features of land celestial beings are: they enjoy long lifespans, require less food and drinks, and are free from diseases and worries. They are able to walk on the surface of water, walk through walls, and fly over the tops of the trees. They are able to travel thousands of miles without becoming fatigued. Their base camp is the 10,000-year world. They may occasionally appear in the human world, but ordinary people cannot see or hear them or sense their presence. The basic features of human celestial beings are: they have physical bodies, but their consciousnesses are different from those of ordinary people. They have obtained knowledge such as the structure of the universe, 36-dimensional spaces, the origin of the universe, life and human beings, the transformation mechanism of causality, and the law of transmigration of life. They are sages attaining Tao and possessing perfect human nature. They do not have private property and do not participate in any form of confrontation or competition. They take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relations, act in accordance with their nature, and take advantage of opportunities that arise. They live with perfect spirituality and human nature. They know clearly the next stop of their life and have no fear of death in any sense. That means that they have escaped the shackles of death. The community of human celestial beings is on the 1,000-year world. Only 1 out of every 10,000 people in human society possess the qualities of human celestial beings. If they can take one extra step, then they will join the ranks of human celestial being. The basic features of ghost celestial beings are: their flesh is dead, but their consciousnesses still remain in the human world. They are transformed generally from those extremely intelligent people who are too anxious to accomplish their purpose. Buddhas. According to the nature of Buddha, Buddhas can be divided into 10 categories. Buddhas on the supreme authentic wisdom continent are the most superior ones. Other Buddhas live on the God's continent, Moon Temple continent, the continent for 3 realms lives to pass through, Celestial Islands continent, Amida Buddha continent, Ingwu continent, Kasaipa continent, the Borneo continent, and the Lotus continent by their levels. Buddhas on the Lotus continent are the minimum level ones. In the human world, there are no Buddhas in a real sense, but only everyone's original natures. Once people attain their original natures through self-cultivation, their physical bodies will pass into parinirvana immediately, and their life will reach the primary level of Buddhas on the Lotus continent. Or the 4th level, devils. Devils is the incarnation of Buddha. It is a brief but extreme manifestation of Buddhas who are self-refining. The power of the devils is greater than that of Buddhas and can easily reach the level of gods. Therefore, the greatest creator attends to the matter himself whenever a great quantity of devils emerge and restrains them in the cathode black hole body. The 5th level, humans. Humans are a kind of life living on Earth and relying on their visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile, and spiritual perceptions. They do not possess the ability of supernatural transformation and must live on food. According to their origin, humans can be classified into any of 5 categories: ignorant people, laity, mortals, sages, and celestials. Ignorant people rely on instinct for survival, and their previous existence was a tree or a lower-level animal. Laity rely on desire for survival, and their previous existence was a higher-level animal, livestock, or a flying bird. Mortals rely on sentiment for survival, and their previous existence was a laity or a mortal. Sages rely on rationality for survival, and their previous existence was a celestial or a sage. Celestials rely on spirituality to survive, and their previous existence was a celestial or human celestial being from the thousand-year world. In addition, 1 out of every 10 million people in human society are celestial beings from the 10,000-year world, Buddhas from the Elysium world, or gods from heaven carrying special missions. In the 6th level, flying birds. Flying birds are a kind of life living in four-dimensional space. Their wisdom is lower than humankind, but they have more freedom, and their space of activities are larger than that of humankind. Flying birds are gregarious and belong to cooperative living species. Red-crowned cranes are the highest level of flying birds, enjoying a longer lifespan and a high level of spirituality. Other cranes, storks, and wild geese are at the 2nd level. Eagles and owls are at the 3rd level. Warblers, parrots, and hummingbirds dwelling in the forest, pigeons, and crows inhabiting broad areas, and mandarin ducks, egrets, and other ducks living by water are at an even lower level. Poultry and other birds with wings but who cannot fly, such as ostriches, are at the lowest level of birds. In the 7th level, flowering plants. Flowering plants refer to all those flowering but infertile plants, including some flowering but fruitless trees and herbs. Flowering plants possess very high spirituality. They are almost imitations of flowering plants in the 10,000-year world. In addition to decorating nature, the main function of flowering plants is to serve the sages and celestials by reminding and enlightening those people with high spirituality not to forget the existence of the deity celestial being world and to advance to the 10,000-year world. The highest level of flowering plants are peonies. The 2nd level of flowers include Chinese herbaceous peonies, Chinese flowering crabapples, lotuses, daffodils, winter sweets, sweet-scented osmanthus, plums blossom, lunar September chrysanthemums, magnolia denudata, azaleas, orchids, and epiphyllums. The middle-level flowers include roses, cloves, Clivia minata, spring orchids, Chinese hibiscuses, Albizia julibrissin, Indian calameres herbs, jasmines, winter jasmines, laurels, tulips, chrysanthemums, cacti, Echinopsis tubiflorum, and the like. The lowest level of flowers are poplar blossoms, reed catkins, rattan flowers, day lilies, and water caltrop flowers. The 8th level, livestock. Livestock are under human control and protection and serve the needs of humankind directly. Although they are not as free as wild animals, their risk of danger to their survival is lower than the others. If wild animals were to be compared to illiterate people, then domestic ones would be like disciplined high school students or university students trained by civilization. Wild animals only know how to obtain, whereas domestic animals only know how to dedicate. Or the 9th level, wildlife on land and aquatic life in the sea. At the 10th level, trees. At the 11th level, insects. Or the 12th level, herbs and crops. Glossy ganodermas are the most superior level of herbs. Asparagus ferns and bracket plants are high level of herbs. Crops and vegetables are middle level herbs. Plain grass is at the lowest level. The 13th level, microorganisms and fungi. The 14th level, demons and monsters in hell. Or the 15th level, life in frozen layer. At the 16th level, life in inflamed layer. The levels of life have been divided into the above categories mainly according to their levels of spirituality of life. The higher their levels of life are, the higher their levels of freedom, living standards, and quality of life will be, and vice versa. That is to say, gods do not want to become celestial beings or Buddhas, celestial beings and Buddhas do not want to become humans, humans do not want to become birds, birds do not want to become flowers, flowers do not want to become domestic animals, domestic animals do not want to become wild or aquarium animals, and wild animals do not want to become trees or crops, and so on and so forth. For humankind, the direction of the advancement of life should aim toward higher spaces of life. Ignorant persons should advance toward laity, laity should advance toward mortals, mortals should advance toward sages, sages should advance toward human celestial beings, and human celestial beings should advance toward land celestial beings, deity celestial beings, super celestial beings, and Buddhas. The path of life is very clear. From the perspective of space, people in the human world should strive for the 1,000-year world, Human celestial beings there should strive for the 10,000-year world, land celestial beings there should aim toward the free deity celestial beings, and deity celestial beings who wander worldwide all day long should strive toward becoming super celestial beings in Elysium world, which is the top level of life. It is impossible for human beings to become gods, and needless to say, there is no possibility of becoming the unique greatest creator. Everything is clear and simple when seen from this perspective. The Transmigration of Life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. Essentially, nothing in the universe exists except for energy and life. When energy is absorbed into non-material structures with spirituality, lives manifest themselves. When lives possess consciousnesses, thousands of manifestations of substances will come about. All matter originates from energy and returns to energy in the end. All lives originate from structures and return to structures in the end. Where there is energy, there is life. The total amount of energy in the universe is constant and unchanging. The total number of lives in the universe never increases or decreases. The total amount of energy and the number of lives are proportional. The ratio between them is constant. Although new life can be created, it has a saturation point. After reaching this point, no new life can be created. But once it is created, life cannot be extinguished because its nature is a non-material structure with spirituality, and this non-material structure does not die. It can only transform from one form to another and from one space to another. As the number of people on Earth increases, the number of animals and plants decreases accordingly, and were the number of human celestial beings in the 1,000-year world to increase, then the number of people in the mortal world would decrease accordingly. This is the way it goes. The transmigration of life runs in these 10 spaces: the Elysium world, the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, the mortal world, the livestock world, the animal world, the plant world, the nether world, the frozen layer, the inflamed layer. The holographic order world refers only to the spaces of energy aggregation. The zero world is a special, unique place for the greatest creator. The heaven world is the place for gods. The cathode black hole body is the prison for senior life, devils. The anode black hole body is only a place for temporary transformation of life, reincarnation. The dream world is a place for demonstrations of past and future of lives from all spaces. The bacteria and insect worlds, including the herbs of the plant world, are transmigration and transformation places for another nature of life. Is life really immortal? Is it really all transmigration and transformation? Yes, life is really immortal, but what is mortal are just its manifestations. When we see that someone is dead, it does not mean that their life is dead, but only that their carrier is dead. It is as if we moved out of an old house and into a new one. The previous house became useless, or it was being called dead. We cannot say that we have died just because we moved out when our previous house became empty. What would we do if we wanted to cross a river and travel to the other side? We would build or rent a boat, but once the boat pulls onto the opposite shore, we would abandon it because the boat would have accomplished its mission, and we would then go ashore and continue along our way. We are life. The boat is flesh. The river is life. We enter into this river by means of our bodies and then paddle toward the other side. As soon as we land ashore, we would abandon our boat or body and continue on with our journey. Should we describe candles that have burnt down to their ends as being dead? Their external forms are indeed dead and no longer exist, but their nature, their energy, has been converted and has floated up into the air or onto the bodies of other objects and lives on. When we eat apples, we chew and swallow them into our stomachs until at last only their seeds remain. Where have the apples gone? Have they died? Yes, their external forms no longer exist. They are as dead as they can be, but their nature, their energy, will have been converted and transformed into nutrition for our bodies. If we expose a cup of water to sunshine, it will evaporate after several hours. But where will it go? Will it be dead? No, surely water does not die. What will die is just the water's form, but its nature will turn into vapor and rise up to the sky. When it meets cold air, it will drop down to the earth in the form of rain or snow. Therefore, water is constantly cycling, Transmigrating. If water were to die, its volume would have long since depleted. In the second section of Unconventional Thinking, in my article entitled, Life and Death Are Only Images. Life has neither life nor death. I demonstrated the philosophic principle that life has neither life nor death and listed some examples such as the regeneration of a girl, the witness of the reincarnation of the living Buddha of Tibet, and the results of research at the International Near-Death Research Institute. You may wish to reread this part once again. It might occur to you suddenly that someplace or something seems so familiar that you feel like you have been there before or touched it before, but this only happens when your mind is in a peaceful, resting state, and that feeling disappears quickly. Why does this feeling arise? It is because this phenomenon is a reflection of your instant memory from past environments in your previous lives, which are buried into your subconscious thoughts. When people come to places where they have never been before, they may get sudden feelings that seem very familiar, and those feelings are proof that they used to live or work there in a previous life. Generally speaking, everyone gets these feelings if they were human in their previous lives, and if they remained human after transmigrating. If they were not human in their previous lives, but were transmigrated from other forms of life, then they would usually not have these kinds of feelings because animals sense things differently. With the rapid developments of human societies and the great environmental changes in the modern era, it is relatively difficult for people to relive these past memories. Some people have mirages in their consciousnesses very often and are extremely sensitive to illusory space, which could indicate that their previous life environments were not in the mortal human world, but rather in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or even the Elysium world. The higher one's spirituality is, the stronger their feelings for the nature of life will be, but the duller their spirituality is, the weaker those feelings will be. Death is just a phenomenon of life, but eternity is the essence of life. Actually, there is no birth or death in any sense for the essence of life, but only matters of transformations through transmigrations. This is an indisputable fact. The Trajectory of Life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. Everything moves along its trajectory. The galaxy, solar system, Earth, Moon, and all the other satellites have their tracks respectively. Trains, cars, atoms, electrons, all kinds of rays, and electromagnetic waves have theirs respectively. Clouds appear to float in the sky freely with the air currents, but they also follow their own moving tracks. Meteorologists can predict the weather several weeks in advance because they know the laws of the clouds' floating tracks. If clouds did not follow their own moving tracks, then the meteorologists would be unable to forecast the weather. Also, if they did not have their own moving tracks, then they would always be appearing over deserts, rain would fall there, and those deserts would be forests and jungles. Life has trajectories, too. Different life forms are different from each other with respect to lifespans, survival needs, body sizes, internal and external characteristics, and food requirements, because every life form has its own trajectory. People have their life trajectories, too. Each time someone looks back at their past, they will see their life trajectory. People have found that man proposes, God disposes, and man manages small things. Big events are in the hands of the greatest creator long ago. Why? Because each person has their own life trajectory. Whether a person was born male or female, black or white, noble or humble, royal or common, all has been determined by their life trajectory. Even their times of their birth and death have been determined by it as well. If you do not believe in the existence of life trajectories, then try to see how badly you will be battered. Can you become a president, a scientist, a singer, or a robber? Can you become a billionaire through hard work? Can you have 3 spouses? Can you be as handsome and elegant as 007? Can you be another Jet Li or Madonna? If you think you can, then please try. But if you cannot, then ask yourself why not. Many people try to learn how to become as famous as celebrities by reading their biographies. Others expect to become successful after reading books such as The Complete Works of Knowledge. Some idolize and envy those stars and vow silently to become like them. Some want to follow the examples of people who have earned fortunes overnight, and some cannot accept how their friends and classmates get promotions while they do not. But no matter how intensely one thinks or learns, they will never be the same as anyone else. Why? Because everyone has their own life trajectory. If you do not believe me, just try it. Present situations have been determined by yesterday's effort, and today's efforts are just for tomorrow. Your current trajectory had been determined by the karma from your previous life, and your efforts during this lifetime are just for your future one. So, what good lies in jealousy, dissatisfaction, or disconcerting? A wise life should proceed thusly. Take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relations, act in accordance with your nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Life has its trajectory, but who designs and formulates the trajectories of life? It is not the greatest creator, not deity celestial beings, not the emperors, not our parents, not anyone but ourselves. In order to understand it, let us talk about karma. What is karma? To maintain the sum of positive and negative energy in the universe as zero is called karma. The first law of thermodynamics, as written by the 19th century German physicist, Rudolf Clausius, maintains that the zero sum of positive and negative energy in a closed system always remains zero. Expanded to the entire universe, it is what we call karma. In simple words, the law of the conservation of energy is karma. A popular phrase, as we sow, so shall we reap, means karma. It is impossible to describe the mechanism of karma in detail without possessing the wisdom of the greatest creator, so I will list several well-known examples to show you whether or not there is karma. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein was ousted and arrested by American and British governments. Might there have been any connection between this event and his invasion and occupation of Kuwait? If we regard this event as a result, then can we say that his incursion into Kuwait was the cause? Surely it is not the only one, but if the cause of the invasion of Kuwait had not happened, then would the effect have not taken place? Is there any connection between the toppling of New York's World Trade Center in the United States and the hardline foreign affairs policy of its government? If the bombing could be seen as an effect, then can the United States' hardline policy be seen as the cause? Of course it was not the only cause. Why did Hitler kill so many Jews? Why did the Japanese invade China? Why did the Crusades happen? Were there no causes for these? Why did sandstorms occur in northern China? Why did the SARS and bird flu viruses emerge? Why do rivers overflow? Are there no causes for these? Why is the United States so prosperous in spite of its short, 200-year history, while China had remained poor and backward for much of its long, 5,000-year history? Why is Europe so developed while Africa is not? Are people admitted to doctoral courses overnight, or are they admitted because of their natural endowments, family and social environments, and hard work? If someone suffers a heart attack, does it occur out of the blue, or is it a product of their medical history and mental and psychological state? Could somebody feel a sudden headache, stomach ache, or angina attack without any reason? If someone gets into a car crash, is stabbed by a person wielding a knife, or collapses, are there no causes for these? Some people are able to stay in 5-star hotels, while others can only lodge in cheap inns or even sleep on the streets. Are there no reasons? Some people are born into wealthy families, and some are born into poverty. Are there no reasons for this? The evolution of life. Xiefeng, August 16, 2005. Translated by Transin. Life is a non-material structure with spirituality, and its evolution is based on changes of the life body's material structures, which does not mean the visible material flesh, but the microscopic material structure of the flesh. There are not many differences among people's physical bodies and shapes, so we can be led to believe that everyone is nearly the same, but there are actually many differences among different people in the microscopic structures of human bodies. The Buddha's relics left behind after some eminent monk's death are obvious examples. We cannot see the tiny changes of these microscopic material structures because the motion and changes of the microscopic world cannot be seen directly and clearly. If we judge the subtle changes of life structures by our experiences and cognitions in our daily lives, then we can never understand the evolution of life. The evolution of life is a gradual changing process. Without gradual changes, the motions and changes of material does not exist at all. Everything is changing constantly, and as long as these changes continue, the microscopic structures of the materials will keep evolving. The gains and losses of the electrons and atoms generate the disintegration and recombination of molecules. All the changes of material microscopic structures need effects from either internal or external forces. Applying this law to people, the internal force is the mental activity or the thinking and conscious activities such as the psychological activity caused by the seven emotions and six sensory pleasures of joy, anger, grief, depression, and the others, and the external force might be sunshine, sound waves, magnetic forces, heat, coldness, and others. There are specific corresponding motion states between any pair of molecules. Some molecules, such as limestone and water, react violently to each other, but others, such as water and oil, are not nearly reactive. This means that all the motions and changes of matter have to observe their laws. A lustful man's blood will surge, his heartbeat will accelerate, his palms will sweat, and his speech will become uncoordinated when he sees a sexy, underclad woman. However, his body will not produce any such reaction from seeing a pig, not even a sexy one that is lactating. Life's evolution progresses in the following ways. In the case of people, as long as there are small movements of internal and external forces, human bodies are likely to produce corresponding changes of composition and decomposition at the microscopic level. Then, after those changes, their corresponding life non-material structures will change accordingly. The tiny changes of non-material structures represent the evolution of life. When these tiny advances accumulate to a certain amount and reach saturated conditions, then the non-material structure of the whole life will reach a stable state on another level, and then another life structure will begin to evolve. One example is that when the atomic structure of a person obtains electrons continually and the amount eventually reaches 900, added to their intrinsic 100, their non-material structure as person will disintegrate, and they will have taken a qualitative leap and attained the non-material structure of a celestial being. At this very moment, they will have reached death as a human being but be born as a celestial being. Another example is when the atomic structure of a person continually loses electrons. We can suppose that they lose 6 electrons for publicizing ghosts and monsters and polluting people's spirituality, for electrons for concocting various pretexts to force someone to bribe, 3 electrons for taking pleasure in other people's misfortune and ruining their success, 2 electrons for destroying mountains and woodlands, digging grasses, and filling ponds, 2 electrons for passing the buck to self-hold and shift their misfortune onto others, 1 electron for envying others' honor and high status and expecting others of falling in bad luck, and finally 1 electron for beating their spouse and nagging their sons and breaching etiquette toward elder family members. At this point, they will have lost 19 electrons in total. The number of their electrons remaining will only be 81. 100 minus 19 is equal to 81. At this moment, the structure of their life will be approaching that of a dog, and if they lose 1 more electron, then they will die immediately and reincarnate as one because their life structure as a human being will have degraded to that level, and they will no longer be able to exist as a person. This is why some people die suddenly in their youth, others die suddenly in car accidents, and still others die suddenly from heart attacks. Their number of electrons reaches the number of a higher or lower life structure at that moment, and they, in whatever way, have to begin a new life journey. Some aged people suffer for prolonged periods of time with illnesses in beds. This is because their number of electrons is changing too slowly, and in such situations they should not linger in the human world, but try to start their new journey ASAP. The bad solution would be to curse others, blaspheme the gods and Buddha, and abuse children. The good solution would be to wish for world peace, pray for everyone could live a happy and blessing life. May those who used to hurt them enjoy happy futures and long to go to the Elysium world themselves. They had better invite people who have good knowledge of 36-dimensional space, life transmigration theory to interpret the details and sceneries of higher-level life spaces in order to help them forget about their merits and demerits in this life, rid all of their sufferings in this mortal world, let go of all their unfulfilled wishes, and start a new journey with neither worries nor regrets. Occasionally, at the moment of a life's reincarnation, special situations occur. For example, someone's number of electrons might have reached the number needed for a new life structure, but their new life, home, has not yet become ready. They have to put up with it and wait temporarily, usually for less than a month. This is just like a person who wants to move, but their new house is not ready to accommodate them, so they have to remain in their old one for a short time. Where is the new residence? The new residence refers to the anode black hole body in 36-dimensional space, namely the womb. When a fetus enters into the womb, it becomes a new residence. From time immemorial, people have always thought of fetuses as lives, but they are actually not. Fetuses are just residences, not lives. Fetuses will not be lives until a reincarnated life enters into this residence through a space tunnel in 36-dimensional space. Generally speaking, a fetus will have life within only a few days before the baby is born, but some fetuses will be born a few days later than the expected date of childbirth because no life has entered into this residence quite yet. The number of humans on the Earth is increasing quickly because the number of animals is decreasing proportionally. A large number of animals that have been killed by people have made great contributions to humans and have accumulated merits and virtues. As a result, these animals will reincarnate as humans, but the vast majority of people have not killed animals, so they cannot reincarnate as animals after they die. Therefore, the diminished number of animals will not be replenished in time. If such situations continue, the ecological system's balance will be broken and humans may face the greatest calamity at any time. There are 3 ways to correct such an imbalance. People could evolve towards the high-level life space and go to the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world so as to reduce their numbers. People could self-awaken. They need to control the continuous growth of their population, protect and let animals reproduce and develop, and transfer some people forcibly down to the animal level in order to maintain the ecological balance. Those people who are forcibly transformed downward will certainly be treated unjustly, but do not worry for them because the greatest creator will deposit large stocks of wealth in their banks, and when the ecological balance stabilizes, they will be reborn back into the human world with high positions and great wealth as compensation. If the above 2 solutions do not work, then the third one will come. Pestilence, war, and starvation will eliminate some people so as to relieve the ecological imbalance. Apart from that, there is a special solution: the coming of the last phase of an age, which was warned by Jesus and Sakyamuni. In that situation, every phenomenon in heaven will vibrate, the sun will blacken, the moon will no longer illuminate, and everyone will be scared to death. The emergence of Life Genuine is to enlighten people to avoid the coming of the last phase of the age. Gods and Buddhas are humane, and the greatest creator loves humanity. Now, so much about the evolution of life. You will have to figure the rest out for yourself. All scientists, philosophers, thinkers, and statesmen are welcome to join in this discussion and argue whether I am correct. If you do not agree, fine. Just continue to carry on in your old lifestyles. 生命的价值和意义 The value and meaning of life. Xiefeng. May 18, 2011. Translated by Treasure. Life is co-substantiated by life, but each are different entities. Life is only a single journey of life in the mortal world, but life exists eternally. The former can end at any time, but the later will continue on. A life may appear as a horse in the animal world in one life, then as a person in another, and then as a celestial being in the 10,000-year world in a third. It is like a person changing their clothes to meet changing weather conditions or the fashions of the times. Those different clothes are like different lives, and the person's body is like a life. The wild grasses grow in the fields lushly. They flourish in the spring and wither in the autumn each year.